SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
House Education will now come to order. Good morning to those of you that are in the room and also to those of you who are listening online. We only have 2 bills today, so we should be able to steam along and get through these. These are our last 2 House bills before crossover day. Yay us, I guess. So with that, Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Representative Garcia, DeGroot, Alverson, Rice, Schwanz, Baxter, Heerman,
Here.
Ismay,
Here.
Arland, Jordan,
Here.
Uribulk,
Here.
Knowles,
Here.
Manhart,
Here.
Stevens, Greenfield.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, next thing we'll do, those of you that are coming in, please make sure that you do sign in if you're going to testify today, and make sure everybody's cell phones are shut off. At this point in time, we will have a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you. Representative Rice made the motion, second by Representative Schwanz. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. They are approved. We have 1 page today, is that right? Oh. Okay, so you're it, so come up and tell us who you are, where you're from, and then tell us the most difficult thing that you've ever had to do. Deer in the headlights.
Michael Johnson from Caputa, go to school at Rapid City Christian. I don't know the most difficult thing I had to do. Probably jump out of an airplane.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Michael, and thank you for having been here for the last 2 weeks. We hope that your experience has been very valuable and that you'll share some of the information that you have learned along the way with your school and with other people out in the community. All right, we have our first bill of the day, and it is 1279 to permit technical college employees to join the state health plan. 1279 proponent testimony will begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the House Education Committee. My name is Will Mortensen. I represent District 24, which you are sitting in this morning. It comprises most of central South Dakota. This is a proposal in front of you that I believe opens a pathway for collaboration in this state in a way that we can kind of only do in states like South Dakota. There are some limiting factors of being a small state like we are, but one thing that it creates an opportunity for is that we can be nimble and we can be collaborative to an extent that large states could never be. When you look at the South Dakota retirement system right now, this is a prime example. Decades ago, people in this building and on this floor, in collaboration with schools and cities and counties around the state and the administration, said we don't need to have a different retirement system pool, a different pension system for every single entity of local government that exists in this state. So they collaborated, they figured out the terms and conditions that they needed, and they came up with a retirement system that serves very well. If you tried to do that in a much larger state, where these pools were much broader and maybe their goals were more distinct from one another, I don't think you could do it. But in South Dakota, we can do these things. Madam Chair, before I go much further, I have an amendment that this whole pitch will make a lot more sense if it's on.
Yeah,
so
yes.
I would ask that it be moved. It's 1279B.
Has everyone seen the amendment? Okay, would someone make a motion to pass that amendment? Okay, so there's been a motion by Representative Baxter and a second by somebody over here. Oh, of course, by Representative Uribach. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Okay, that has passed. Go on with your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. And so this is not that. This is not an all-encompassing change. This is not forcing anyone to do anything. This is not generating $1 of cost on the state. This is an entirely cost-free way for this state government to support its tech schools. But it does open the door to collaboration that might save tax dollars overall. And how might that be? I'll get into the specifics of this bill, 1279. What it does is it allows technical colleges, the whole college, not employee by employee, it allows technical colleges to join the health plan if there are, and this is on page 1, line 14, if there are terms and conditions agreed upon by the Human Resources Commissioner and the president of the technical college. In other words, either side can say no. If this is going to cost state government $1, the commissioner can say no. Right? So this would entirely be borne through the technical college's budget. This will own, what we're doing here is creating permission. We're not mandating anyone to do anything. We are giving some additional tools to our technical colleges and to the administration. And if this administration doesn't want to do it, it doesn't mean that no administration ever will, if it makes sense. Again, if those terms and conditions are correct for that situation. I think that this is, like I say, it's an opportunity for collaboration. And I happen to think in this floor, we do best when we acknowledge that we're not in a very good position to know every term and condition that might apply. I mean, there was a part of me that said, well, let's make sure that they do this and let's make sure that they do that, and they can't join unless they do this. But our state health plan has been run extraordinarily well for a really long time. And the folks that run it through BHR do a really good job. And so those are terms and conditions I'm going to trust them to come up with to make sure this plan stays solvent. And if they say, these folks coming in with what they're willing and able to pay in their contribution just doesn't make sense. No is a fine answer here. I think us in this room rejecting this bill and saying, let's not even have the conversation, I think that's the wrong path. I think there's real opportunity here. And I just want to talk very quickly about the kind of unique governance structure of the technical colleges, because it is a little bit the reason why we're here today and talking about this. 3 out of the 4 of them are actually they're subsidiaries of school districts. That's in Sioux Falls, Watertown, and Mitchell. They're under the school board, under the superintendent in a general way. The 4th, though, Western Dakota Tech, has spun off and are under their own LEA, local education agency. And so they are the ones I think that are going to come to the table under this if we authorize this first, because their pool is smaller. They're not within, I mean, Southeast Tech, for example, is with the Sioux Falls School District, which is a large health pool, and I think they are less susceptible to the vacillation in health insurance costs that have been really harming the budgets of Western Dakota Tech particularly, but some of the others as well. And so I think Western Dakota Tech will come to the table first and say, you know, are you interested in negotiating with us on this? The answer from the administration could be no, because again, they have to agree to get into this. But if there are terms and conditions that work, I think we ought to give them a chance. And if they can figure out who would need to be there to administer the plan, who is paying for that, is there a budget impact on the state? Because there wouldn't need to be. Again, if one of the terms is the state is held harmless, that would be how this comes to pass. So I think this is a real opportunity for the kind of collaboration you can do in a small state like ours. I think this makes a tremendous amount of sense. This isn't, like I said, this isn't the retirement system where every single city and county and school, I mean, this is not a tremendous expansion of this health plan. This is a pretty narrow expansion of the health plan to these technical colleges that have this unique governance structure that I think makes them ripe to invite them to see if there is a path forward that makes sense for the technical colleges and this state. I thank you for your consideration. I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you. Other proponent testimony in the room? Morning, Mr. Wendell.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nick Wendell. I serve as the Executive Director of the South Dakota Board of Technical Education. And on behalf of the Board of Technical Education and our state's 4 technical colleges, I'd like to encourage you to support House Bill 1279. As you know, we pride ourselves on providing a high-quality technical education with an eye on affordability for students and families in our state. Unfortunately, there are some unavoidable and in many cases increasing costs associated with operating a technical college. And in recent years, one of those sort of unavoidable and yearly increasing costs have been the cost of providing health insurance to our employees. Over the past 5 years, our institutions have experienced a range of annual premium increases, on the low end from 2 to 5% year-over-year increases, and on the high end in some years from 18 to 20 and 30% year-to-year increases. And so as Representative Mortensen noted, 1279 just really gives our institutions another available option in a sort of volatile marketplace. It does not force the technical colleges to participate, and it doesn't force a set of terms on the commissioner. Those would be negotiations that would happen down the road if they're favorable to the involved parties. But 1279 does just provide another opportunity, and in particular for Western Dakota Technical College, an institution that has an independent LEA and is not associated with a school district, thus having a relatively small pool. They've seen real dramatic increases in their annual premium costs associated with health insurance, which does impact our ability to ensure that technical education can continue to be affordable and that those costs don't eventually get passed on to students participating. So I'd encourage you to support 1279 on behalf of the Board of Technical Education and our technical colleges. We think having this additional opportunity would be a benefit. So thank you for considering.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We go on with proponent testimony. Any other proponents in the room? Seeing there are no other proponents, there doesn't seem to be anybody online, so we'll close that portion of the testimony and we'll move on to opponent testimony. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Darren Seeley. I'm the Commissioner of the Bureau of Human Resources and Administration. House Bill 1279, as amended, has been written to provide significant flexibility to the Commissioner and college presidents to determine a custom path for access to the state health plan. And I very much appreciate the confidence that Representative Mortensen has in my team and the presidents to do what's right for the state and the technical colleges. I'm confident we would do that work very well, and we would work hard to provide a good outcome. However, the issue remains that the state plan is not built or readily administered in a custom way. The state health plan is part of a comprehensive benefits package that provides health, dental, vision, and ancillary products which complement our health plan's options to provide financial security through things like hospitalization, accident insurance, and critical illness diagnoses. Further, we offer a robust employee assistance program, access to pain management and remote physical therapy tools, online health education, and well-being support. The state employees, regardless of the part of state government in which they are employed, have the same benefits package. The teams reporting to the legislature, the Board of Regents, UJS, all of the executive branch agencies have one benefits package. Each agency pays into the benefit fund one rate per year per benefited employee. That rate for this year is $12,388. The benefits team at BHRA supports all of the individuals and their families in helping to choose and understand their benefits. Introducing non-state employees to the plan creates significant administrative and customer service challenges. If employees at the technical colleges are not in our systems, the team at BHRA cannot see their enrollments across packages to help address issues and concerns. However, getting these people into our systems will create significant challenges in building secure and consistent exchanges of data between the state system and potentially the four used by the colleges. Wellmark can, but highly recommends against providing data feeds to them from multiple sources. Multiple sources increases the chance for error, not just from normal data transactions, but from movement between organizations. This same issue would be recreated for every benefit program, assuming that the other vendors would allow the multiple data sources. While we can't project with certainty how many, we would certainly at some point need to expand the benefits team to provide the right level of service to technical college employees. These costs would be shared by everyone, not just the technical college, because we don't divide up who supports whom. When the phone rings, one person on my team might answer a question from anyone in state government or their family member. Lastly, I want to point out the difficulty that this will create for the 3 local school districts with technical colleges currently part of their K-12 employee base. The school board will have 2 classes of employees. One that's on the local pay system and the local benefit package, and the other in the college pay system and the state employee health plan. The presidents will be in a difficult position as well. If they want to align their program to more closely match what's happening in the K-12 system through the state health plan, that just exacerbates the service and administration problems that we will create for state government, the state government plan. I'm much less likely to agree to those terms. On the other side, they'll need to justify to the local school board to whom they report that their budget or workforce requires a more robust benefit package than the rest of the district employees may have. For these reasons, I ask you to oppose House Bill 1279B. It's simply not the right approach to solve the larger structural issue in which our technical colleges work today. Thank you, and I will stand by for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Other opponents in the room? House Bill 1279. Any other opponents? Seeing no other opponents, we will close that portion. We'll move on to rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the commissioner coming up. I mean, the level of thoroughness he put in front of you is why this state health plan is run so well. It is also why I did not take upon the fool's errand of laying out all of the terms and conditions that would need to be included for both sides of this equation to say yes. He mentioned challenges of rates, administrative challenges, customer services challenges, the potential for an expanded benefits team. That's on the state side. Those are worries that I think would make it completely imprudent for us to sit here today and say any one of these technical colleges can join and the state has to let them in. That's why I think that's the wrong approach, is if we were just forcing them to join without having thought through each one of those challenges, that would be the wrong approach. The good news is all we are allowing here is for the conversation to begin and for each one of those challenges to be discussed. And if it cannot be overcome, we will not move forward. The administration need not move forward. He also mentioned, and the commissioner has been a long-time school board member and a leader on a school board, and so he rightly notes the consideration that the schools would have for the three that would have two classes of employees. Folks, I tell you today, those districts have two classes of employees. I mean, these technical colleges are a fundamentally different animal than a K-12 school. In a way, I don't have to tell this committee because you all hear and learn about the K-12 schools. You also know that each of those schools has plenty of people who are willing to speak their piece, and you don't see them here today opposing this bill because of those concerns. I mean, those schools know where your committee is, and they're not shy about coming up here and talking with you folks. They're not here opposing this over those concerns. Not to say they're not valid. I mean, there's a chance these school districts and any of these technical colleges would say, we're not really interested in that. This two classes of employees problem, too big of a headache. We don't want to look into this. Under this bill, they don't have to. They don't have to. But where this makes sense, I think we should open up the door and allow this collaboration if those terms and conditions can be met on both sides. I think there's real merit here, and I'd appreciate your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Closing that portion of the rebuttal, we will move on to committee questions, please. Questions? Representative Schwans.
Question for the prime, please. Thank you. Okay, so right now you're saying that there are 4 technical colleges. Can you explain all 4 of the colleges? And it's Western Dakota Tech that is not in that, am I correct?
Madam Chair, it's a great question. So yes, our state laws in 1334A, you have to recognize the technical college. There's only 4. It's not like one can just step up and get all the rights and benefits of being a state technical college. So we have 4. When they came under a state board, the Board of Technical Education, following a ballot measure passing in, I think, 2016, so then in 2017, this legislature came and passed the chapter of code that authorizes this. One of the things that they said was, for now, and these have always kind of functioned under the school districts, under the school boards, for now that makes sense. If any of them want to spin off and basically disconnect from the school district and have their own board, they can. And Western Dakota Tech, in fact, did that, I think, in 2019, or they began the process in 2019, and there was a bit of a, I'll call it a weaning off period, where they were still helping them with some stuff, but now they're standing on their own feet, and there's a board appointed that's made up from folks from your district, and your district, and your district, and your district, who are on that board and governing it as a standalone entity today. But one function of that is they're no longer in the Rapid City Schools health plan, which is a much broader health plan. And again, the bigger your pool, the less you're kind of getting the whip end of changes in, health coverage and that kind of thing. So that's the difference for them, is that they're still under the Board of Technical Education, but we have reserved in each of these technical colleges far more local governance than we do, for example, in the Regents system. They're much more so. That board is running it. That would be the board that would be the one that would authorize and say, hey, let's enter negotiations with these guys and see if we can find something that works. But that's the difference between Rapid City on one hand, own board, versus the other three, which are all technically under the school boards.
That answer your question? Go ahead with your follow-up.
So how many from the Western Dakota area, how many employees would potentially be added on?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Nick Wendell, Board of Technical Education. Generally speaking, the covered employees from Western Dakota would be right around 105, which would translate to somewhere between 250 and 300 covered lives that might also be associated with those employees.
Questions of the committee. Representative Baxter. Question?
Thank you, Commissioner. Just a couple questions. So how many technical college employees, I know that the former representative asked a little bit, but could potentially across the board enroll in this for who this bill would open it up for, not just Western Dakota Tech?
Madam Chair, I'm going to look to Director Wendell on
Okay,
that.
and I have one other question though, too. So I was just going to ask your opinion on just a fiscal impact regarding like just the risk adjustment implications that would be projected, maybe premium impact as well as administrative establishment of it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Excuse me. So I have not done an analysis. So we're a self-insured health plan.
Okay.
We don't go to the market to purchase insurance. And so we control in a very different way what the typical insurance product you would have if you go buy health insurance. We set the plan design to control the expense and set the premium equivalent, because we don't actually have a premium. We use a term called premium equivalent to determine how much does somebody have to pay out of their paycheck based on what plan and what level of coverage they pick, right? Are they just covering themselves, or are they covering a family? And so what we would need to do to have a real sense of that, we would take the census data from the technical college as they, let's say Western Dakota Tech came forward. We would want a census data from them. It would go to an actuary, and the actuary would consider who's in their pool and what's their age, spouses covered, kids covered, et cetera, and they'd run an analysis as to the impact of that group of people. And we would then make adjustments from a risk perspective, potentially, or not, with 300 people. We have 12,500-ish employees covered by the health plan. We covered just a little over 27,000 lives in our health plan. So I don't anticipate that one technical college is going to make a massive swing in experience across the board from an actuarial perspective and drive up costs in that way. Where it might do something like that, and why smaller groups tend to see larger swings in rate change, is that in a small group, if you have a couple of people who have a very significant illness, let's say they end up with a couple of $1 million claim, which happens, that will be where those giant swings start to happen. It doesn't take a lot of people in a small pool to make a really significant difference year over year. So we'd have to do some pretty significant analysis every time we talked about this to get a real sense of what does this do to our plan. And then we make adjustments with, let me use this year as an example. We're making some plan adjustments we're not raising premiums in the budget. Our premiums hold steady, but we're moving some deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes in our different plans to try to control how much of the expense moves to the plan versus how much is paid by the employee and their family. Does that help answer that question?
Does that answer that part of your question? And then you had a follow-up for somebody else?
Madam Chair, before I let him go,
Oh, yeah, is that,
is that okay?
okay.
You mentioned a large claim, and you say that your state plan is self-funded, and I'm sure Sioux Falls and Watertown and Mitchell's probably, I mean, even Brookings self-funded program. You said that a large claim might vary that a lot. When you're self-funded, can you tell me, do you have a third-party administrator, and then do you have another insurance company that on these large claims, it kicks in and they take care of that large claim?
Madam Chair? Some do, yes. We do not in the state. So if I don't want to get too far into the background, but for a long time, we couldn't get stop-loss insurance for the state plan. We were having some rough goes, and the premium rate for stop-loss was actually about a net wash to what the expectation was for where the stop-loss would kick in. So we chose not to do that. Over the last 5 years, we've built a reserve fund. We're at just shy of $30 million, or right at $30 million right now. So we can absorb some of those major losses. 5 years ago, we had 3 claims that totaled just a bit over $6 million between those 3 claims. So having a significant reserve matters, because that's not an uncommon thing. We've been very fortunate that it hasn't happened again in a while.
That answer your question? Okay, and before you get up and walk back to your seat, there was another question by Representative Stevens, and it'll make it easier if you just kind of stay there until we see if there's any other questions.
Thank you for coming. The way I understand this, though, currently the way that this bill is written, before Western Dakota Tech could come in, you basically have a veto power.
Madam Chair, that is the way the bill is written.
Thank you.
Now, we are back to the follow-up, I believe, for Representative Baxter.
Unless anybody else has a question for him.
Is there a question before? Representative Uribach, did you have a question for Mr. Seeley?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me. Do you happen to know the history of when the Board of Regents was added onto the state healthcare and how that process worked?
Madam Chair, I don't know the history. My understanding, I'm going to look over my shoulder to a gentleman who I can't see because he's sitting behind a post. But I think they've always been, because they are state employees. So I don't believe there's ever been a time when they were not.
Is there anybody else that hasn't asked a question, Mr. Seeley, that you'd like? Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, I have a question for you. Thank you for your testimony. Is there a possibility that this would be leading to a one-tier insurance plan eventually down the line? I'm concerned of patient choice, employee choice, things like that. So it's a good plan. I like the bill, but I'm thinking down the road, is it a possibility that that could fall under one insurance only?
Madam Chair, can I ask a follow-up to make sure I understand?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Would you redirect your question to him so that he understands?
Sure, Madam Chair. Would this potentially lead to a one-tier insurance down the line?
For all employees across the state, or
Yes.
just inside our plan?
Okay, I'll rephrase it. If the state decides to go with one plan, would that trickle down into all of these entities, these technical schools, all the state, would they only have one choice?
Madam Chair. So our approach and our hope, the reason we have 4 plans is because we have a very, very diverse workforce, and their expectations for what insurance look like is very different. And so our plans are 4 very distinct approaches to paying for health care to provide people options. We believe it's a huge advantage to us in the marketplace, and there is no intent today that we would move away from those 4 types of plans. But I always want to caveat, and I use intent on purpose, right? What the world does to us and forces us to do over the long term, I won't guarantee. But we like the 4 plans, and I think it's good for our employees. I don't think adding people in some way would adjust that. Depending on how people enroll, it might change the expense or the structure of some of those plans in order to make them sustainable. Does that answer your question reasonably well?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Seeley? He does not want to get up out of the chair, so if we could just entertain more questions of him. Representative Ismay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess it all boils down to this. Is this going to save money for the technical schools or not?
Madam Chair, I have no idea today what their premium rates are. I couldn't tell you whether it would or wouldn't. My gut tells me our overall cost might be a little less because we're self-insured. The trade-off is control.
Does that answer your question, Representative? Other questions of Mr. Seeley? No other questions of Mr. Seeley? Thank you. We'll go back to your follow-up, Representative Baxter.
Thank you. So I'm just kind of looking for projected enrollment and then a premium impact.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the question, Representative Baxter. Current participation across the system would be between 550 and 600 benefit eligible employees, which translates to somewhere between 1,300 and 1,350 covered lives in terms of current participation.
Follow-up?
Do you have any idea on the premium impacts by chance?
Is your question if we were able to participate in the health plan? Yeah, our anticipation would be, at Western Dakota as a good example, certainly we're hoping that there would be some cost savings in terms of premium costs. One thing I think would also be a benefit is perhaps less volatility because they are a small pool, and as the commissioner just discussed, events that might happen in a relatively small pool have led to some volatility, 20 and 30% premium increases year over year. So participation in the health plan for a small pool like Western Dakota, I think, would definitely be an advantage, both we hope in cost savings, but also just in more predictability around what those annual costs might be.
Other questions of Mr. Wendell? Is anybody wanting to ask a question before Representative DeGroot does? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You talk about a small pool. If these technical schools fall underneath the auspices of the K-12, why are they not part of their insurance plan?
Madam Chair, Representative DeGroot, they are. At Lake Erie Technical College, they are a part of the Watertown District. At Southeast, they're part of the Sioux Falls District, and in Mitchell, they're part of the Mitchell District's existing plan. Right now, Western Dakota really is the institution that is standing on their own in their own individual pool.
Do you have a follow-up on that?
Just a quick one. Yeah, so really, this bill is pretty much written for one technical school
Madam
at
Chair,
present time.
I don't know that I'd characterize it that way. I think it has the potential to have the greatest benefit for Western Dakota right now, but I think all of the institutions having some additional options, I think, would be a benefit.
No follow-up there.
I will piggyback off that, Mr. Wendell. I agree with Representative DeGroot. This seems to be mainly about Western Tech. Why is it that Western Tech spun off, as the key terminology was thrown out? Why did they spin off from the school?
Madam Chair, when Western Dakota Technical College explored creating their own local education agency, which is sort of provided and codified law, the process they would go to. I think they had lots of considerations. The Rapid City School District had a lot of priorities, and having oversight of a technical college as part of their portfolio, I think, was a challenge for the district and a challenge for the institution. And I think they came to the decision that it might be best for both parties to create their own LEA to provide support and oversight. I think the institution also has been able to populate their board in partnership with the governor's office with folks that are real advocate and experts in technical education. And I think they are in a position to perhaps advocate for the needs of, in particular, the Black Hills region in western South Dakota with some expertise that, I think some folks who run for their local school board perhaps don't have a lot of knowledge in oversight of a technical college or a passion in that area. And they were finding, I think, in this particular case, that the board members that are now populating their local agency are there because they're very passionate about technical education or work in an industry that is connected to the institution. And so they've got a board that's got expertise and passion in that area. And I think that was their hope when they separated from the Rapid City School District.
Just to further follow up on that, how will this affect the high schools that are directly involved with the technical schools now? Should they lose that portion of the pool, do you prognosticate that their insurance will go up?
Madam Chair, that's certainly one of the considerations that has been discussed, and I know our presidents have been very thoughtful about, a scenario where perhaps their employees would no longer be a part of their district pool. That's been sort of hard to predict. I think in some cases, our presidents have felt like their employees being removed from the district pool probably wouldn't have a dramatic impact because of the way their pools are structured or who else is participating. But we know that will have to be a consideration that our presidents will make.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Wendell? Yeah, Represent.
I have a question, but I'm not sure who would be directed.
Okay, just throw your question out and maybe somebody will come forward. Or nobody.
So this bill is mainly due to the one technical college because they broke off. So is this law currently insurance, does that play a role of why all the other state technical colleges are a part of the school districts? So if this law passes, would this be, if they wanted to separate, more willing to separate, or is this one, I guess, is this one reason why some state colleges are still connected with the school district? Does this play a role in that?
You understand the question?
I think I do, and it's a good question. So first, I would tell you, this was brought for this whole system and all four of these to have this analysis. So that's kind of your first question was this Western Dakota Tech bill? It really was not. And to Madam Chair's question earlier, what's the impact on the premium on the school board? Well, again, they're not going to do this unless it makes sense for both sides. And the good representative over here said, is this going to save them money? Yes, or they wouldn't do it. If they're not going to save any money, they're never going to join the state plan. So the only way that this bill ever comes to, either they're going to do nothing, and we're in the same standpoint, or they're going to do this, but they're only going to do it if it saves them money. They're only going to do this if it saves them taxpayer dollars. So then to your question of down the road, more spin-offs, I would tell you when Western Dakota Tech spun off, the most complicated things that they had to work through in that is that a lot of the back office tasks were done by the school district. Were done by the administration of the Rapid City area schools, from payroll, accounting, HR, health plan, those kind of things. I mean, they're running their own shops in terms of how the welding program works and who works there, and but think like buildings and grounds, all of those kind of what I'll call shared services, of which this is one. But yeah, it could pave the way for more of these to spin off if this pretty big piece of the back office pie is moved over. At least there's a plan for it that can give them more confidence. Because if I were sitting in one of these technical colleges and saying, let's think about spinning off, I'd say, well, Western Dakota Tech has now seen some vacillation in their health plan. Let's see if we can get that figured out with a little more confidence before we go. So yes, it could give them more options to spin off down the road, but that's I would call that a secondary or maybe tertiary goal of this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the prime? Any other questions at all of anybody? Okay, seeing no other questions then, we will close that portion and we will move on to committee discussion and/or action.
Madam Chair.
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a couple comments. I currently have an opening in my insurance agency, and as good are the questions that you guys asked about premium, type of adverse selection. I just like to let you know about it, and I'd love to work with any of you.
Is this a commercial?
Yeah, you asked really, really great questions and really important questions that will dictate whether or not this is a mutually beneficial process for our technical colleges and the state of South Dakota. And I think that's what's really important about the first step of this bill. You know, in its amended form, it's not creating any adverse selection. And when I talk about adverse selection, what I mean is we don't have just an employee who isn't the healthiest and wants to pay a lower rate going over to the state plan, right? It's an all or nothing kind of thing when we're doing it this way. But the reason I think this is written correctly from a form of being a first step is the state can still say no. The state has the opportunity to still say no. So they'll have to come to the table, sit down, have all of those math nerds that I like to talk about in insurance, run the numbers and see, is this mutually beneficial? And if it's not mutually beneficial for our taxpayers, they won't do it. And so this, I just wanted to share that I think you asked wonderful questions, and these are the same questions that they'll dig into before they move forward.
Thank you for your expertise in that. We appreciate it. Yes, Representative Rice.
Yes, I understand the insurance, like the Wellmark insurance, and I understand the school plan, and I understand the self-insured plan. And if I was an employee, you know, and I understand my plans, I kind of like the self-insured plan. If you've looked into those, I have looked into those the last 15, 20 years. And there's some benefit to having these kind of plans for your employees. And some of them, and also the Wellmark plan is a wonderful plan for their employees too. I've seen all the benefits they have in dental, because that's what I work in. I see all the benefits, you know, which you go through the medical stuff too, and I've seen the benefits they have in the medical part. It seems like each year the premium, you know, sometimes the other side of the premiums keep on going up, and so it's more out of my pocket, which is the game of insurance. They have to make a profit too. But so I'm a little bit confused which way to go on this one. So I just wanted to let you know, as somebody who understands the plans that are in front, what these two plans are dealing with, that there's pros and cons to both. So I'm glad there's at least a choice. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Madam Chairman.
Representative Stevens.
I move to pass.
Is there a second? Okay. There's a motion do pass by Representative Stevens and a second by Representative Yuri Bach. Discussion on your motion?
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate all the questions. I have full confidence in Commissioner Seeley in the job that he's obviously done for the state. And I think, you know, we can talk about all the different issues that he would have to deal with, and I'm glad that he has to deal with them as opposed to me. I think the key thing here is that he has a veto power on this. It's purely optional. So we don't have to get into this plan, that plan, this deductible, what services are provided, because the bill as it is written requires unanimous agreement between he and the presidents. And so I think what we're just merely doing is we're opening up the door and an option, allowing someone to further discuss this, further get the information to know exactly whether or not that's something both parties want to agree to. And so I think the bill is written perfectly. And like I said, I have complete confidence in the commissioner and his abilities to lead us in the right direction.
Thank you. Did you have further comments, Representative Yuri Bach?
Yes, if I may. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will echo the good representative's comments as well. And, you know, I do appreciate the trickiness of some of, you know, the tech schools that are under the school boards and like the K-12 tech kind of separation there. But again, it is just starting the conversation. Both parties have choice. And yeah, I think it's a good step moving forward.
Representative DeGroot.
Just a quick comment. I really like this concept a lot. The bigger the pool, you said it was like a whip, you know. If you have a lot of claims, and I think the commissioner said they had 3 large claims one year. If that happens in a small pool, that really, really reflects. But when I look at it, I think you said you have 12,500 people on your present plan. And as I look through this, I'm thinking maybe 100 employees, maybe 300 more participants. So I don't think that's going to make a lot of difference in your plan. And I have as the good representative from Yankton said, I have all the confidence in you, Commissioner, that you're going to develop all the plans that are necessary. I actually looked into this when I was a superintendent to try to hook all the K-12s into the same program. It just didn't work out. We're just too diverse. And most of the bigger schools now have gone to a self-funded program, and they've been very successful, sometimes even given rebates at the end of the year. That's in a good year. But the larger the pool, the better. So anyway, I encourage you folks to pass.
Yeah, this is really hard for me because, we don't know when we make laws who is going to end up holding the bag, who's going to end up doing the elephant share of the work. So it's easy for us to maybe pass the laws, but in the end, we have to try to take a look at how much work we're causing somebody else. Representative Schwans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I make a substitute motion, please?
Okay.
To send to joint appropriations with no recommendation. House.
There's been a substitute motion by Representative Schwans to send this to House Appropriations with no recommendation. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, there is a second by Representative Manhart. Would you like to go ahead and discuss your motion?
Yes, thank you. I just have some concerns about the fiscal impacts and the costs that this would potentially cost both the state and what the numbers of the actual additions into the plans could look like. So I just want some more numbers is all.
It's been mentioned to me, you could also ask the committee to ask for a fiscal note on this.
Yes, and to ask, yeah.
Representative Arlant.
I'm going to respectfully oppose this substitute motion, not because I don't agree that more information is needed, and I think your thought is in a good place, but what this bill does is starts the process of getting that information. I don't think there's a true fiscal impact at this time because this is just giving for permission to have the groups come to the I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. Having the groups come to the table to even begin the discussion. So I don't know that our appropriations committee would need to look at it. Really what we'd need to do is pass this bill to make it an option for them to even begin looking at the data.
Would you like to go forward with your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So there has been a substitute motion made by Representative Schwans to have the House Appropriations take a look at this bill. There was a second by Representative Manhart. Representative Manhart, did you have anything to say today? You've been pretty quiet there.
You guys do all the talking.
Okay, we will vote then on the substitute motion if there's no other discussion. And so, Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Representative Garcia.
Aye.
DeGroot.
No.
Halverson.
Nope.
Rice.
Aye.
Schwans.
Aye.
Baxter.
Aye.
Heerman.
No.
Ismay.
Aye.
Arland.
No.
Jordan.
Aye.
Uribalk.
No.
Knowles.
Aye.
Manhart.
Aye.
Stevens. No. Greenfield.
Aye.
Madam Chair, there are 9 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, with that, then that motion has passed, and this will be sent down to appropriations, House Appropriations. Thank you. We will just take a pause here, and I see that there are 2 pages in the room. And so we're going to have you come up, introduce yourselves, where you're from, what you plan to do, and what the most difficult thing is that you've had to do in your life so far. Any takers? Good morning to you.
Good morning. I'm Taryn Torsney. I'm from Tyndall, South Dakota. I just signed on to the Army National Guard, and the hardest thing I've had to do. I really struggle with waking up in the morning and staying awake during the first committee meetings. That's probably the hardest thing.
Thank you. That's a very honest answer. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Grant Cutler. Kind of like what she said, staying up in the morning is a little difficult. I will be joining the Air Force in July, and actually I have a meeting scheduled for in about 20 minutes, which I have to get going to, so I can't stick around much for this one. But
thanks for penciling us in for a moment. Thank you, Grant. We appreciate you, Pages, so much and everything that you do. I hope your experience has been very valuable. All right, we will continue then. The next bill is House Bill 1306, and it states to authorize the provision of charitable contributions to a scholarship granting organization. We will now take proponent testimony. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carrie Weems, District 11, Sioux Falls State Representative. So I spent 6 years on the side of the table that you guys are all on. It's an honor to be back in this committee 17 years later. So I bring you today with excitement House Bill 1306. And I do have a published amendment.
Yes.
It's House Bill 1306B.
Has everybody looked at 1306B as of yet? There's just some small verbiage changes. Is there anything beyond that that you want to comment as far as your amendment goes?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you, Madam Chair. My intent was always to include public schools in this, and so it was brought to my attention when a good representative said, you're starting a voucher program. And I'm like, no, I'm not. This is a scholarship program. And then I really dug into it deeper and went, oh, I see what he means. So my original intent was always to include public, private, actually all of the students in our state. So I hope that you'll pass this amendment so that I can discuss the bill in the format that I would like to have it in.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the amendment 1306B from any committee member? Okay, so I will entertain a motion to pass the amendment. Okay, there is a motion by Representative Baxter and a second by Representative Rice. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Okay, the amendment has passed. Go ahead with your testimony, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So I am a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I'm a huge advocate for education. I have been my whole life. I've been an advocate for my kids. I've had them in public school, private school, and never homeschooled, but I have a lot of relatives that homeschool. I will always fight for the children and their education. So let's talk about the bill. The Education Freedom Tax Credit is the largest national expansion of education freedom in history, and it provides families with more affordable education options. U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon states this program will help families afford key educational services like tutoring and scholarships so they can tailor their child's educational journey and access opportunities that meet their needs. Every student learns differently, and this investment ensures more families, regardless of income, have real options to pursue education opportunities that help their children thrive. Power belongs in the hands of the parents, not Washington bureaucrats whose ill-targeted spending has driven down test scores, said U.S. Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent. President Trump has built the most pro-school choice administration in history because he understands this is the best path for students to grow and flourish. The Working Families Tax Credits in the One Big Beautiful Bill has created the first ever federal tax credit for K-12 scholarships. Our governor has opted in to this program and helping South Dakota students. House Bill 1306 embraces our governor's stance of opting in on the One Big Beautiful Bill scholarship program for all of our students. I want to direct you to the joint fact sheet on education freedom that's posted in your committee online. Can everybody see that? It's the fact sheet on education freedom tax credit that was created by President Trump's Working Families Tax Cuts Act. The act establishes a new federal tax credit of up to $1,700 for contributions made to a scholarship granting organization. Scholarship granting organizations, or SGOs, are nonprofits that accept qualified contributions from individuals and use the funds to provide scholarships for education-related services at private or public schools, including tuition, fees, academics, and classroom supplies. Most students and families will be eligible to benefit from this transformative program, which will lower costs for parents and families, whether they choose to use their resources to send their child to a school, or it could pay for educational supports. You know, when I look at this, this would mean a married couple would be able to take $3,400 in tax credit, $1,700 a piece, the way I look at it. And not all of the rules have come down yet from the federal government. I want to state that right away. But what this bill does is it brings the legislature into the picture of the scholarship program that's going to be transformative in education. And so I support the governor. I'm glad that he opted in. I think that is really, really important. But I also support this legislative body who needs to be at the table for some of these programs. I want to talk a little bit more at a personal level. So hold on, let me grab this up. Okay, so the fact sheet kind of runs through, if you have that up, it runs through how the tax credit works, what students will qualify for scholarships, who can claim education freedom tax credit, what is a scholarship granting organization. And let's just take a minute on that, because that's really, really important with this bill. This means that entities across our state are going to have to form scholarship granting organizations. They're going to have to be educated in doing that. They're going to have to put together a scholarship granting organization so that this money can be donated to that scholarship granting organization and then also dispersed. And there are some guidelines that they've already put out. And if you keep going through the document, it does say that each scholarship granting organization needs to be able to give out at least 10, I think it was 10 scholarships to 10 individuals. So you can't just create a scholarship organization for one student. This is a scholarship organization that will have to cover more than one school, will have to cover, there's gonna be guidelines, but they only have 10 months to put their scholarship organization together because the governor has to have the list ready before January 1, 2027. So let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, that's really, really important. If orgs aren't looking at that now, they might be under a time crunch to get this done. And I know the governor's office has said, we will work on getting that information out, but any time that we as a body spend talking about this is of value to all of our educational entities in the state. So I'm gonna run through a few examples that could happen for students. In my history, I pulled kids out of public school because I had a child with a learning disability. And I couldn't get the help that I needed. Okay. I couldn't get the help that I needed through the public system, which was extremely frustrating because I sat on this committee for 6 years. I knew the system, I knew how it worked, and I knew what needed to happen to help my child be successful. And so I couldn't get that through the public system. It's changed now, and I'm thankful for that. But at the time, I was probably one of the most educated in the system, and I looked at the issue and I went, what about all the parents who don't know how this works? How does this impact them? And let me tell you, I advocated hard not for my own child, but for all of the other children that had learning disabilities that needed extra help that didn't qualify through our state programs, okay? And for some of you that don't know how that works, I assume you all do, but what happens is they do testing, and if you don't fall in a certain level, then you don't get additional help, okay? There's a little area where you don't get any help. And what happens is if you drop below that, you're kind of stuck, right? And so what happened in our situation is we had to pay for we pulled our child out of public education, and then I'll tell you what happened after that. We're not just pulling one kid, because I'm not running to all different schools all over the place. I pulled both my kids that were in that level, in that school, and put them in private, and that was out of convenience for myself. But what happened is we paid out of our own pocket for tutoring, for added materials to help educate our child. And the problem was she was in 2nd grade and couldn't read, okay? I've spent a lot of time in the schools also volunteering time to help kids read, and I recognized that a lot of the children that I was helping read had similar issues to my own daughter, okay? So what this bill can do and what the scholarship program will do is it can help those people who are in the public school and fall short from additional help, but they can apply for a scholarship and potentially get the money to do this on top of their current public education. That's a huge win for the students, for the school, everybody, okay? And it can also help anybody who says, no, I want to put my kids in a private school. It can help with that. If somebody's donated to a scholarship granting organization and they apply for a scholarship through them, they can get money for that. Just remember this. As an individual, everybody gets to choose what scholarship granting organization they want to donate their $1,700 to. And it's a straight write-off off your federal taxes. So I think you're going to have all different things. I think you're going to have retired teachers who are putting money into a public school system to do the things that I just mentioned about adding some added help for those students that don't qualify. Or maybe it's that they need transportation. Or maybe it's that they need some other resources. This bill allows for it to happen in all areas. Now let's talk about micro schools, because micro school is in the bill and some people won't like that. But what that does is that allows homeschool students to participate in a micro school if our state allows it to do so. And then they would be able to access some of that funds. And some of you may say, I don't like that. Well, let me tell you this. If we're doing things to help educate all kids in the state, which is what your role is on this committee, then I would say that's a win. That's a win. And this adds accountability. It adds, it is, let me get back. It adds accountability. It allows for still rules to be formulated. It holds the scholarship organizations, scholarship granting organizations accountable. The Department of Education has a role in that, and some of you are going to say, well, that's going to be added costs. Well, remember this, the governor already opted in. Those added costs are going to be there anyway, okay? So I think this bill brings the legislature to the table, sets some guidelines, and helps promote education, parental choices, and flexibility to our education system. So I would urge your support of House Bill 1306B. And I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you. Other proponent testimony? Seeing no other proponent testimony, we'll close that portion and we'll move on to opponent testimony, please. Good morning, Lieutenant Governor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Tony Venhuizen, Lieutenant Governor of South Dakota, here today to ask you to oppose this bill. And it's a little funny because sitting there listening to the proponent, I agree with practically everything she said. We are very excited about this federal tax credit. This was a component of the One Big Beautiful Bill, which was great branding on the part of the president. Sadly, whoever created this provision was not so good at branding, because it is called the, what even is it called? The Tax Credit for Contributions of Individuals to Scholarship Granting Organizations. Seems like maybe President Trump could have put his touch on that a little bit, but not much of a name. This is a federal tax credit. It's part of the Internal Revenue Code. And as Representative Weems actually laid it out pretty well, how is this going to work? Starting next year, January 1, 2027, you will be able to donate, every person can donate $1,700 to a scholarship granting organization of your choice, and that is a tax credit, not a deduction, a credit. You get $1,700 back from the federal government. It costs you nothing. It's a pass-through. This is a huge opportunity for education in the state, public and private education. every person in the state should donate $1,700 to one of these because we all get it credited back on our taxes. I mean, this could be tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars, basically flowing through these organizations for our district. So to be excited about this is, I'm excited about it too. And Representative Weems is right. We need to be doing a lot of work over the next year promoting this so that people know that come next year, 2027, they should all be considering a donation to one of these. That's exactly right. This is a federal tax credit. It's a federal program. The state's role here is fairly limited. And as we've been implementing it, of course, Dr. Graves is here and he's the Secretary of Education. That's who on the state level is bird dogging this. I've been the point person for the governor on this issue. That's why I'm here. What is our role? Our role, first of all, is to opt in. Does the state want to participate or not? We have already opted in. I think we were, I don't know if we were the first state, but we were one of the first 2 or 3. We opted in October, I think. Governor Roden's very excited about this. It's kind of I don't know why every state wouldn't opt in. It's crazy to me that some aren't. The only other thing the state really has to do is designate who the scholarship granting organizations in our state are going to be. Who are the entities who are eligible to get the $1,700? We have to designate those. That is something that the governor does, that the Department of Education will do on his behalf. Our intention is to grant that to anybody who meets the criteria. We don't want to have out-of-state groups or kind of fly-by-night groups who come in and try to take advantage of people. That's a restriction we have in the Partners in Education program also. And we want to have groups that have the organizational wherewithal to administer it. But beyond that, we'd be happy to see as many of these stand up as are capable of doing it, and we would intend to designate all of them. That's really the extent of the state involvement here. At that point, it's up to the organizations to receive those funds. These are nonprofit organizations. They're not state actors. To receive these funds, to take applications, to meet the criteria under federal law, and to award the scholarships. So why am I here opposing this bill? I would say there are a couple key things. The major key thing is this: the federal regulations that will dictate exactly how this program is administered have not been handed down yet. We don't have them. And I'm very concerned that if the legislature passes something this year in state law about how this is supposed to work, and then we get the federal regulations in, say, April, which is when they're supposed to come, and they're different, now what? Now we've got 2 things that are in conflict, and we're supposed to be standing this up and getting these SGOs going so they can accept the money January 1, and now we have this conflict. I'm very concerned about that. And I would say that concern is already kind of there. You look at this bill in its amended form, and the amendment was an improvement to the bill, by the way. I want to acknowledge that. You look at Section 4 of the amended bill, though, and it's listing what the uses of the acceptable uses of these scholarship funds are. It lists 5, 6 things. The federal law, 26 U.S.C. 530, also lists the acceptable uses of these funds, and they're different. Not dramatically different. They're basically the same thing, but they're not word for word the same. So now we're going to have a federal law and a state law both purporting to say how you can use these funds, and they're not the same. It's obviously a problem. What I want you to know is this. It's our intention to promote the heck out of this. I don't know why every person in the state wouldn't donate to this. It's our intention to have as many of these SGOs stood up as are willing to do it. You know, Partners in Education, who runs that program, may very well set one up. You could imagine the Catholic schools setting one up in some form. You can imagine public schools setting it up in some form. You know, a lot of people have viewed this, Representative Weems said, a lot of people have viewed this as a voucher. In a way, it kind of is, because it can benefit tuition for private schools. It can also benefit costs for public schools, though. I mean, her story about her, I don't remember if she said son or daughter, who needed help with tutoring, you'd be able to use a scholarship from one of these groups to pay for tutoring, even if your student's in public school. So it's a benefit to them, and I know that the public schools are talking about how they should set these up. You can't set one up for just one school. You got to have bigger groups than that, and I think for administrative reasons they'd want to do that anyway. But This is something that's going to happen. It doesn't require legislation this year. And I'm frankly a little worried that if we pass legislation this year, it could actually inhibit our ability to get it stood up and going quickly. And so, although I agree with 80–90% of what Representative Weems said, and I'm just as excited about this as she is, I just think this is maybe not going to get us where we want to go here. And so I'd respectfully ask your to defeat this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Other opponents in the room? Good morning, Dr. Graves.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joe Graves, Secretary of Education, and I want to, first of all, me too, the question of the prematurity of the bill, because that is the fundamental point. We have been waiting a long time when there were some draft rules issued by the Department of Revenue at the federal level, and we had an opportunity to give input to it, and DOE did provide input on those rules, but so did thousands and thousands of other people. That's why we don't expect the actual rules to come out until April, and maybe even after that. Our concern is real, and that is if we pass the bill right now, then I am between the state law and federal rules. Federal rules are gonna trump state law, but that doesn't mean I don't still have to comply with state law. So it could be a real headache. I appreciate the bill. I appreciate the attempt here to do that, because we want to make sure at some point that people have input. Secondly, however, the bill did originally exclude public schools. We're delighted that that amendment was made, because we wanted everyone, all schools, to be able to benefit from this, including homeschools. And that's one of the concerns we have about the bill. The bill does talk about alternative instruction, but it doesn't necessarily include in how they would be included in this bill as well. The governor made it very clear when he made the announcement that he was opting in. He wanted every school, every type of school, to be able to participate. That's what we want as well. We want the public schools. We want the private, non-pub accredited schools. We want the micro schools. We want the home schools. We just want to make sure this doesn't conflict with that and somehow exclude. Now we have a concern about whether the home schools might also be excluded. A third point, and that is oversight. So there's a point in here where it talks about there would be an appeal process for a denial of a parental reimbursement. So presumably that appeal process would be to the SGO. Then does that mean that that appeal also needs to be made higher up, say, for example, to the Department of Education? We need to really look at this carefully, look at the rules that are out there, and make sure that those processes are permissible under the department, under the federal rules, and don't conflict with them. If we have this talk about these types of situations where we have an appeal to a parental reimbursement request, now we've got into something rather complicated. I just want to make sure we don't have that problem. And that is why I would join with the Lieutenant Governor in saying, thank you for the bill. We're very excited about this program because it's going to benefit thousands and tens of thousands of kids across the state. But it's too soon. We need to get the federal rules in place first so that we can make sure our processes are in compliance with that. Thank you, and I will stand by for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Other opponent testimony? Welcome.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Don Hager, registered lobbyist on behalf of the South Dakota Micro School Association. And I, as well as the others, come before you to ask you to defeat this bill. And I also want to commend Representative Weems for bringing it. As was also previously mentioned, I'm excited about what's going to happen with the passage of the big beautiful bill and the opportunity to have these tax credits available to parents and to families to benefit all the kids in our state. But as was mentioned, I think this is one of those cases where it's just a little premature. I trust the governor. I think we have an excellent Secretary of Education in Dr. Graves, and I'm confident in their ability to craft rules that will properly oversee the SGOs and the application of this legislation. And so this is one of those cases where people say there ought to be a law, but I'm not so sure that's the case today. And so I'll just again ask you to oppose the bill, and I'll stand by for questions. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jason Gloat, registered lobbyist for Families for Alternative Instruction Rights in South Dakota, or FAIR SD. Our mission is to advance, protect, and secure American alternative instruction rights, and we represent homeschool families across the state who enroll their children in non-accredited schools. That currently amounts to over 12,000 students. We oppose the legislation for three primary reasons. One, the bill is premature, as stated by prior testimony. We won't belabor that point. The federal rules and guidelines have not yet been issued. Passing this now before federal parameters are known would put the cart before the horse, and we risk enacting legislation and language that may not align with forthcoming federal requirements. Two, there's really no urgency justifying rushing this legislation now. The in-rush legislation often produces unintended consequences that would have to be fixed in the future. Thirdly, the microschool definition creates unnecessary problems. Current law works. Students attending microschools are already legally classified under alternative instruction. Alternative instruction already provides a lawful pathway for non-accredited schools. There's no regulatory gap that requires a new category. We also believe the term is misleading. Not all alternative instruction programs are microschools. Any non-accredited school, regardless of size, currently falls under alternative instruction or homeschool. And some of the schools that would be labeled microschools have hundreds of students. There's one school in Sioux Falls, for example, that has 240 students. So labeling a 200-plus student program a microschool, I think, can be inaccurate and confusing. I think we also are concerned about the risk of future regulation. Once defined in statute, a category can later be separately regulated. Creating a new label invites future policy distinctions that may unintentionally restrict educational freedom. So if it isn't broken, please don't create a new regulatory category. We respectfully urge your opposition. We respect and support educational freedom and clarity in law. And with that, I'll stand down and stand by for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other opponents in the room? Seeing no other opponents, we'll close that portion and move on to rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. Carrie Weems, District 11, State Representative, Sioux Falls. I appreciate everybody who got up and softly opposed. but I think this is great discussion. I think it's really, really important discussion. And let me tell you some things that are happening within the next year. The scholarship granting organizations will have to form. The people will start donating January 1, 2027. We'll potentially have a new governor by then. We don't know. Hopefully it's the same. Hopefully it's, I don't know. I don't know. There's several people who are running. So we don't know what that will end up being. So that is one issue. What was brought up was that federal guidelines may not align with state guidelines. And let me just tell you this. I think we update a lot of regs every year to update them to federal guidelines because they've changed within the year. We're a part-time legislature. We have to do that on an ongoing basis. I don't see that as a big burden because we already do it. So if we have to amend this bill and do a little tweaks down the road, I think that's part of our normal process. So I know that there was concern about the micro schools. I think the governor's intention right now is to include all children that in this program. I think there are some words at the federal level that say they must be attending a school. So my thoughts in the micro school inclusion is that that might allow for more opportunities and things to get set up in the timeline now until January 1st, 2027. and all of those scholarship granting organizations have to be approved before January 1 of 2027. So I think this brings the legislature into the picture. I don't think that's necessarily bad thing. I think it's a good thing for us to be involved in how education dollars, and it's private money. This is not public dollars. It's private money that goes to the scholarship granting organization. It's okay for us to have a little oversight on that. I would urge you to support House Bill 1306B.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll close that portion now and move on to committee questions. Questions of the committee. Representative Ismay.
Can we make a motion also, or is this just
Oh,
questions?
we're just on questions right now.
Okay.
Representative Halverson.
Madam Chair, this might be for Dr. Graves.
Go ahead with your question.
Dr. Graves, I know that the Secretary of Education will be involved in all parts of this. Will this tax credit, if we pass this, or even if we don't pass it, we have a lot of homeschools down in our district. I'm a public school man myself, but I represent these people too. Will this require accountability from these people in order to get this money?
Madam Chair, that's unclear. Again, we want to see the rules on that to see what the accountability requirements are for anyone receiving the scholarship organization. So it is possible, but we're not sure right now.
Other questions of the committee. Representative Baxter.
My previous question just got answered by Dr. Graves, but I do have just two questions. Is there a projected number of contributors?
Madam Chairman.
Go ahead.
Carrie Weems, District 11, State Representative, Sioux Falls. That's a great question. I, like the Lieutenant Governor, would hope that every person in our state would donate to this, to a scholarship granting organization, the full amount of $1,700. It's individuals' money. It's not any kind of state money, and the money goes directly to the scholarship granting organization.
To follow up.
Go ahead with your follow-up.
And then do you know how, can you explain to me how the eligibility verification would work?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, so really how I'm viewing this is any student who is in the, let me find it in the bill. Eligible student. It's in the section 1 of the bill. It's an educational grade level from kindergarten through grade 12, resident of the state, United States citizen, or alien who has permanent residence and is a member of a household whose annual income during the previous year did not exceed 300% of the area median income. And that is as determined by the U.S. Department of Homeland or Housing and Urban Development. And that all pretty much comes from what was read online from what they're saying is going to be included in this.
Does that answer your question? Other questions of the committee? I have a question for Mr. Gloat.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Mr. Gloat, as a representative of the homeschools, have you had any input on this bill from your people you represent?
Yes.
Okay, could you explain?
As I explained and put forth those comments and concerns in the original testimony, those are the concerns that we're hearing.
You just reiterate? What is their major concern?
The, one, it's premature. Two, we don't feel there's a need to rush into this now until the federal guidelines are put into place. Three, the microschool definition creates many unnecessary problems. That's a major concern for us.
Yeah.
That, and that term is also misleading. Again, the students attending microschools are already legally classified under alternative instruction, but not all alternative instruction programs are microschools.
Thank you for repeating those. I didn't get the second one, so that's why I was asking. Appreciate that. Questions? Seeing no other questions, we will close that portion and move on to committee discussion. Representative Ismay, I believe you wanted to say something?
I just moved to the 41st day.
Okay, there's been a motion to move to the 41st day by Representative Ismay and a second by Representative Jordan. Discussion? Okay, any discussion?
I just want to say I was for the bill before the amendment, but with the amendment, can't support the bill.
Thank you. Other discussion? Representative Schwans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the good representative for bringing this. I think that she poured her heart out and understands that there is a need and what's missing within the public school system. And I just want to thank you for coming forward and sharing your testimony. I will be in agreement for the 41st day. Sorry, but I do want to thank you for coming forward.
Comments, Representative Rice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to, I appreciate this discussion because I am excited about this this new credit thing that is coming from the federal government. I think it's going to be a great asset to our schools and to and it's going to help. And I appreciate it because I have, with my experience with my kids going to many different schools, when I had my daughter that wasn't reading in second grade and finally had her reading in third grade, I had to pull her out of public school too, same kind of situation, and I put her in a charter school and she took off. Just a different way of teaching. Some kids just, need that extra little tweak, in their life. And it could be just, I put many of my kids in helping them with tutors and other things that they needed as they were growing to get them through and get them the education they needed. So I appreciate this conversation, and I think it's just a little too soon. I like to see what comes down the pike first, but I think it's a great conversation. Thank you.
I think that the Lieutenant Governor had some very valid points in that it's federal. We haven't set up the program yet. My major concern is that we're strapping a future legislature with setting up something that we don't even know for sure is going to be in place, not going to be in place. So I'm going to be supporting the 41st day as well. Any other comments? Seeing no other comments, Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Representative Garcia.
Aye.
DeGroot.
Aye.
Halverson.
Aye.
Rice.
Aye.
Schwans.
Aye.
Baxter.
Aye.
Heerman.
Aye.
Ismay.
Aye.
Arland.
Aye.
Jordan.
Aye.
Uribulk. Excused. Knowles.
Aye.
Manhart.
Aye.
Stevens. Greenfield.
Aye.
Madam Chair, there are 14 yeas, 1 excused.
So with that, House Bill 1306 will move to the 41st day. At this point in time, I think we'll just decide not to meet on Monday. We've completed, I'm sorry, Representative Stevens. We've finished all our House bills, as I said, and we can pick it up next week again. Probably we'll shoot for Wednesday. But for that, enjoy your time. Can I entertain a motion to adjourn? Second. Okay, and there's Representative Manhart got out of the chute first, and Representative Schwanz was second because Yuri Bach wasn't here. And so all in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. No. We are.
SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from Pierre. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships, sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. From choir to debate to theater, SDPB shines a spotlight on South Dakota's talented students through SDHSAA All-State Fine Arts Programming. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. Every day, SDPB connects South Dakotans with stories that inform, inspire, and bring us together. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB is your home for fact-based journalism, connecting South Dakotans with news they can trust and stories that matter. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From children's programs to in-depth documentaries, SDPB sparks curiosity and lifelong learning in every South Dakotan. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB, good, useful, and full of wonder. As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota legislature and in-depth reporting from peer. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.
Call House Judiciary into order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
There we go. Representative Mortensen.
Here.
Reich.
Here.
Wahlberg.
Here.
Roby.
Here.
Fitzgerald.
Here.
Reimer.
Here.
Whitman.
Here.
Massey.
Here.
Call.
Here.
Poirier.
Here.
Hunt.
Here.
Hughes.
Here.
Stevens.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have a motion to approve the minutes and for our last meeting. So moved by Representative Cole, second by Representative Hunt. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Minutes are hereby approved. What we're going to do today is each side will get 12 minutes. The committee is going to get about 10 to do our discussion or questions, and then we're going to vote. What we're going to do for this morning is we've already taken testimony on House Bill 1236. We already had a motion to do pass that did not prevail, so we'll be looking for a new motion on that. Then we're going to take 1248 so that the good representative can get back to appropriations so we don't have to serve on appropriations. And then we'll take it in order. So at this time, we will be taking a vote on House Bill 1236, an act to establish civil liability for furnishing alcohol to an obviously intoxicated person. Do we have a motion?
I move do pass.
We've already done that one, so we're not able to do that back to back.
Move 41st day. I think we've already done that.
Mr. Chair?
No, we haven't.
Oh.
No, because we didn't have enough, remember, to do, it was a six, well, we didn't have enough. So, Representative Roby, was it you make the motion to 41st day, is that what you said? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Representative Reich. Any further discussion? Okay, so what we have in front of us is a motion to move it to the 41st day on House Bill 1236, an act to establish civil liability for furnishing alcohol to an obviously intoxicated person. All those in favor of the motion to the 41st day will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Mortensen.
Aye.
Reich.
Aye.
Wahlberg.
No.
Roby.
Aye.
Fitzgerald.
Nay.
Reimer.
Aye.
Whitman.
Aye.
Massey.
Aye.
Call.
Aye.
Poirier.
Nay.
Hunt.
Nay.
Hughes.
No.
Stevens.
Aye.
8 yea, 5 nay.
Okay. House Bill 1236 is moved to the 41st day. The next bill that we have up is House Bill 1248, an act to amend provisions of the Uniform Commercial Code. Representative Auk.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Julie Auk, District 18. And we'll get right to it because you are busy. Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow House members, for the opportunity to speak to you today about House Bill 1248. This is the third year I've brought this bill. House Bill 1248 is a property rights bill. At its core, it restores and protects the property rights of South Dakotans over their IRAs, 401ks, pensions, and investment accounts. Most of us believe that when we purchase a stock, we own it. The assumption feels natural. It feels American. But since change is adopted to the 1998 Uniform Commercial Code, Article 8, we actually hold in most brokerage accounts, what we hold is not direct ownership. It is something called a security entitlement. A security entitlement is not the asset itself. It's a bundle of rights against a broker or an intermediary. You have the right to receive dividends, you have the right to vote proxies, you have the right to see the value reflected in your account, but the underlying asset is held in a pooled system controlled by custodians and large financial institutions. House Bill 1248 is about restoring clarity and control over those rights. This bill protects South Dakotans in the event a broker, custodian, or financial intermediary faces financial distress or bankruptcy. Many of you have heard from small community banks and regional banks. This protection matters to them as well. They are part of a protected class they are not part of a protected class under the current framework. And when they invest their financial securities in the open market, they hold them in the same indirect system, exposed to the same risks as you and me. This is not a theatrical or theoretical concern. In 2008, during the collapse of Lehman Brothers retirement system, investors across the country were entangled in a bankruptcy proceedings. Here in South Dakota, our retirement system was affected. It took nearly a decade for those losses to be resolved and accounts to be made whole. The question we must ask is simple. If true ownership had been clear, if pooled entitlements had not been obscured control, could losses have been mitigated sooner? 1248 seeks to ensure that South Dakotans are not left waiting years to recover what they believed they owned. Let me explain this in everyday terms. A security entitlement is like paying into a benefit system. You have rights and expectations, but the asset itself sits in a pooled account controlled by intermediaries. Your broker pays for the security, a custodian holds it, a large financial institution maintains the record, and your entitlement is placed into a pool with everyone else's. You see it in your account, you rely on it for retirement, but legally it is not held in your name. 1248 restores your rights within that pooled system. Changes to be made with this bill. Section 3.8A.8.511 of South Dakota Codified Law in this section will be removed. Read strike through. And then a change in jurisdiction if securities intermediary goes broke. You should not need to travel to New York or to Brussels or wherever to make a claim on your entitlement. Under UCC 511, protections are primarily designed for secured creditors, repo purchasers, and large financial counterparts. These rules ensure that major financial institutions can seize collateral tied to securities entitlements if certain conditions are met. In plain English, the system is designed to protect the stability of large financial markets, not the individual investor. And I would just like to quickly read Section 57A 8-511 that I intend to be amended through this bill. If you read 57A, except as otherwise provided in subsections B and C, it's the except that gets us into dire straits. If a securities intermediary does not have sufficient interest in a particular financial asset to satisfy both its obligation to entitlement holders who have security entitlements to that financial assets and its obligations to a creditor of the securities intermediary who has a security interest in that financial asset, the claims of the entitlement holders other than the creditor have priority over the claim of the creditor, except a claim of a creditor of a security intermediary who has a security interest in the financial asset held by the security intermediary has priority over the claims of the securities intermediaries entitlement holders who have security entitlements with respect to that financial asset if the creditor has control over the financial asset, which they do. If a clearing corporation, a DTC, or Seed and Corp. does not have sufficient financial assets to satisfy both obligations to entitlement holders who have security entitlements with respect to a financial asset and its obligation to a creditor of the clearing corporation who has a security interest in that financial asset, the claim of the creditor has priority over the claims of the entitlement holders. Entitlement holders are you and me. Imagine you buy a toy car. You believe it's yours. One day it is taken, and it's placed in a box with thousands of other toy cars. You are told you still have rights to it, but you cannot touch it, control it, or retrieve it directly. If the company holding that box fails, you may spend years trying to get your toy car back. That is the reality of pooled security entitlements. The large institutions hold the box, and if they become insolvent, as we saw in 2008 with Lehman Brothers, ordinary investors will bear the uncertainty and could lose everything. Opponents have emphasized the importance of uniformity in the Uniform Commercial Code, but in practice, state UCC laws are not perfectly uniform. They are harmonious with other states, and states routinely adopt variations to protect their citizens and reflect local priorities. The UCC itself evolves over time. Amendments can and do alter property rights. It is our responsibility as legislators to ensure those changes do not erode the private property rights of South Dakotans. We have heard the argument that there has been no loss of this kind in South Dakota, but we know our retirement system was entangled in the Lehman Brothers bankruptcy. Even when losses are eventually recovered, time matters. Delayed access to funds affects retirees, public employees, and taxpayers. Ownership delayed is security denied. 1248 is about prevention, not reaction. This bill positions South Dakota as a leader in protecting investors, retirees, and community banks. Clearer property rights, stronger protections in insolvency cases, greater confidence in retirement savings, fairness between large institution and individual investors. We vote in these chambers every day on bills and by presented experts. But expertise must be matched with transparency. We must ask whether the system serves the people we represent. 1248 affirms a simple principle. If South Dakotans work for it, save for it, and invest in it, they deserve clear rights to it. Please support House Bill 1248 so the people of South Dakota can be the first in line to claim and protect their savings, their investments, and their financial future. Thank you. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any other proponents for House Bill 1248? Any other proponents? Seeing none, then we will take opponents, and I again remind you that you have 12 minutes. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Brett Kennecke, lawyer from Custer, registered lobbyist for the South Dakota Bankers Association. I agree with Representative Auk that the Uniform Commercial Code is something that should be reviewed and updated, and it has been done so recently. I don't, however, agree about the risks that this bill seeks to address, nor do I agree that, and I might be putting words in her mouth, I didn't hear a discussion about what other effects from adopting this there might be. And I know enough about the UCC to know how little I know about it. It's an extensive document, but one thing I do know is that it underpins almost everything everybody in South Dakota does with respect to the purchase and sale of goods. And it's doing a pretty good job because most people don't know that it's underpinning all of their commercial transactions. Whether you bought something made in this state or someplace else, that transaction is governed by the Uniform Commercial Code. I've done some research into the underpinnings that result in this bill coming here, and I can't reach the same conclusions that Representative Auk does. I can't get there. I don't think that risk is there, but I'm awfully afraid that I'm not going to be able to open up my phone at the end of this hearing and look and see what my brokerage account is doing today, small as it might be, and instead have to rely on paper shares being transmitted to me from New York City and send the paper shares back in. I don't want to go to that system. I've done a little bit of probate work where there are paper shares found in grandma's trunk, and that that's a problem, and I don't want to go back to that. So I would ask you to think long before we make this change to the Uniform Commercial Code. Uniformity is what's keeping us in the economic ball game with the other states, and I appreciate your attention this morning. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other opponents to House Bill 1248? And you have about 10 minutes left. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Stevens, members of the committee. My name is Ben Orzeski. I'm Chief Counsel at the Uniform Law Commission. Mr. Orzeski, you got to turn your microphone on.
Thank you. Let's try
Thank
that
you.
again.
Chairman Stevens, members of the committee, my name is Ben Orzeski. I'm Chief Counsel at the Uniform Law Commission. Most investors today hold securities electronically through intermediaries like brokers and banks. This computerized holding system has become the norm because that's what most investors prefer. They benefit from fast, low-cost trading, one-day settlement, consolidated statements, and no risk of lost or destroyed paper certificates. This system became dominant over a period of time, about 25 years, beginning in the 60s through the 90s, and the laws had to be updated to reflect that. The Uniform Commercial Code Article 8 was revised and approved a new version in 1994, and South Dakota adopted revised Article 8 in 1997. That revised Article 8, to adapt to the computerized holding system, requires brokers and banks to hold enough shares of each security to satisfy all of their customers' property interests. House Bill 1248 would amend South Dakota's UCC statute with non-uniform rules on the priority of claims to these securities held by a broker or bank for its customers. These priority rules are only relevant in rare situations where something goes wrong and the broker isn't holding enough of those shares. But they're a vital part of the larger network of rules in Article 8 that facilitate the computerized securities markets. Here's why it matters. If a broker or bank were to wrongfully transfer customer securities, there's two innocent groups that can be harmed at once. First is the customers whose securities were misused. And the second is the people who paid for and received those securities in the trade without knowing that the broker wasn't supposed to sell them. The main question then becomes, who should bear the loss? Note that both of these groups include small individual investors. The proponents of this bill make a faulty assumption. They assume that the priority rules favor large institutions over individual investors. That's not the case. The priority rules favor transferees, the innocent parties who pay value for securities and receive them in an honest trade. And that's because it's the only fair way to allocate the potential losses. Under the electronic holding system, it's true that securities are held in pools for all of a broker or bank's customers, large and small. And that broker or bank is required to hold enough securities of each type to satisfy its customers' property interests. If the broker or bank wrongfully sells securities from that pool or pledges them as collateral, those shares come from the pool and not from any single customer's account. The loss is discovered after the securities are transferred, trades are settled, and payment received, and they'll affect all of the firm's customers based on their pro rata share of that pool. Here's the key policy behind these priority rules. Finality of trades matters. Investors on both sides of a securities transaction must be able to rely on the finality of a trade. If a buyer could lose their investments because it was later discovered that a broker or bank wrongfully transferred customer securities, then every securities trade would carry the hidden risk of a clawback in future litigation. This would make people very hesitant to buy investments. It would make them demand higher prices to offset the risk. It would also slow the settlement of trades and reduce liquidity of securities markets, outcomes that raise the costs for and harm all investors, including the individual retail customers that this legislation claims to want to protect. Remember also that an innocent purchaser of securities might turn around and sell them to another innocent party. If multiple trades had to be reversed to compensate the original broker's customer, then one wrongful act by a broker could cause a chain reaction of failed trades, resulting in a systemic breakdown that affects customers of other securities firms that did nothing wrong. To avoid these cascading effects, the loss from a broker or bank's wrongdoing must be contained to that firm and not expanded by clawing back securities from outside parties. UCC Article 8 protects the post-settlement finality by giving priority to the transferees who receive securities without knowing of any fraud, including innocent secured creditors. The rules say that buyers and secured creditors keep what they paid for, as they must for the system to function. Customers of the wrongdoing bank or broker are still protected through remedies against that company that was at fault, as claims on the firm's property, insurance, and regulatory safety nets, rather than by clawing back positions held by the innocent parties who bought them. This channels the losses to the wrongdoing party's resources, and it preserves the reliability of the greater market system. So who are these secured creditors that benefit from the protection? They're not just big banks or Wall Street firms. In practice, a secured creditor can be any party that holds securities as collateral. That includes individual investors, small community banks, money market funds, pension funds, and many other entities that serve small retail investors. Responsible creditors take control of the collateral to ensure repayment. UCC Article 8's rules treat all creditors according to the same structural principles, not based on the creditor's size or status as a Wall Street institution. It matters because the rule protects anyone based on their control of the securities if they take them as collateral. So to summarize, Article 8's priority rules ensure trade finality. These priority rules are part of a larger system that benefit all investors. The rules preserve liquidity and low costs. The finality of trades keeps market efficient and keeps trading and borrower costs lower for retail and institutional investors alike. The rules prevent cascading failures. Because securities are frequently resold or repledged, if you have to unwind one transfer, it can force a chain reaction resulting in a systemic breakdown. Finality avoids that contagion, contains the problem to the firm that did wrong. The rules allocate loss to the responsible parties. They're borne by the broker or bank that was at fault through legal claims on its assets. And insurance SEC protections are designed to absorb and allocate such risk to protect the customers of that wrongdoing firm. And the rules treat small and large investors exactly alike. By focusing on who has control of the securities rather than the size or the wealth of the investor, the rules give predictable outcomes for both institutional and individual investors. So to conclude, Article 8 adopts a network-level approach. It protects the finality and reliability of securities trades within the modern electronic holding system so that securities markets remain liquid, efficient, and affordable for everybody. That structural protection, combined with the insurance and regulatory remedies against a wrongdoing broker or bank, is the most effective way to protect all investors. The alternative arrangement that's proposed in this bill would harm investors because it would jeopardize the finality of trades and create the risk of a clawback for any South Dakota investor who bought securities. I closed by reminding you that our UCC Article 8 has served South Dakota investors well since this legislature adopted it in 1997, continues to protect them today, and I agree with Representative Auk that no South Dakota investor has ever lost money under the current rules. For these reasons, I ask you to reject House Bill 1248, and I welcome any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about 3 minutes left for any other opponents to House Bill 1248. Good morning.
Mr. Chair, committee members, Doug Abraham, attorney from Pure, registered lobbyist for South Dakota Retailers Association. That is a tough testimony to follow, particularly in the area of the UCC and the particularized detail it requires to analyze it. And I would just add, the Retailers Association opposes the bill for the reasons and justifications previously provided. We have a Uniform Laws Commission for good reason. The modifications that come through that commission are vetted, and they're published and out there for review for extended periods of time. We just encourage your opposition to piecemeal changes, and we don't believe that there's an issue that needs to be addressed by this bill. So we'd encourage your opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in the room? We have 1 minute left. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get to the online individual. Yeah, 1 minute.
I'll make it quick. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Ken Lamberty, a registered lobbyist with the Dakota Credit Union Association. We serve over 33 credit unions with 350,000 members in the state of South Dakota. And I just want to echo the sentiment of the past testifiers that we are in the same boat, and we urge you to oppose HB 1248 because it strips credit unions of the flexibility to serve members who have multi-state needs by forcing all accounts under South Dakota law and limiting how we secure credit. This bill increases our costs and risks, which will ultimately hurt our members. Let us keep the ability to innovate and deliver the best possible service for South Dakotans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ennis, if you'd like to do a Me Too, you're entitled to do that. We got about 30 seconds left.
Really quick, Kyle Ennis with the Securities Industry Financial Markets Association representing securities dealers. One thing I will just highlight is that our opposition stems from the fact that B and C, the term entitlement holder, doesn't necessarily involve. In fact, in item C, never involves retail investors. Retail investors do not have direct transactions with clearing corporations. So by removing C, it offers no protections to retail investors, but would hinder the ability of securities trades to occur in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to close the opponent testimony, and Representative Auk, you have a chance to do a rebuttal.
Thank you. Well, we got the UCC attorney here. Took 3 years. Awesome. This is more educational than anything. Mr. Chair and respected committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about long-term prospects for the United States economy and why House Bill 1248 addressing the UCC Article 8 reform is directly connected to any kind of future. America remains the most innovative and productive economy in the world. We lead in technology, agriculture, energy, capital markets, but long-term prosperity is never guaranteed. It depends on sound institutions, enforceable property rights, and disciplined monetary policy, and resilient frameworks, including those governed here at the state and local level. To understand the importance of long-term stability, we should briefly take a look at Japan. In the late 1980s, Japan appeared unstoppable. Assets price soared. The stock market reached extraordinary highs. Real estate valuations exploded. Many believed Japan would overtake the United States economically. Then the bubble burst. Banks are left with impaired balance sheets. Asset prices collapsed, economic growth stalled. What followed were decades of stagnation, what is now called Japan's lost decades. Even today, Japan continues to manage a long-term effect of high public debt, aging demographics, and heavy central bank intervention. A lesson is not that America is Japan. The lesson is that even advanced economies can struggle for decades when financial access, debt concentration, and structural imbalances go uncorrected. Today, the United States faces serious long-term realities. Record federal debt levels, asset market heavily relied upon for retirement securities, increasing concentration in small number of financial institutions and securities, and reoccurring reliance on Federal Reserve intervention during times of crisis. It's important to clarify something often misunderstood. The Federal Reserve is not a department or an executive branch. While created by Congress, it operates as an independent central banking system. Its regional reserve banks function with structural independence from direct political control. Monetary policy decisions, including interest rates, liquidity programs, profoundly affect American households. Yet those decisions are not directly made by elected representatives at the state level. At the same time, the legal structures governing most securities ownerships in the United States is not federally statutory law. It is state law through the Uniform Commercial Code. The UCC, particularly Article 8, governs how securities are held and what ownership means in modern financial markets. Most Americans believe that when they buy a stock, a bond, or contribute to a 401k IRA, that they own that asset outright. Under current UCC Article 8 structure, what most investors actually hold is a security entitlement. Once again, a contractual claim against an intermediary rather than direct title to a specific segregated asset. In normal times, this indirect holding system functions efficiently. It allows markets to settle trillions of dollars in transactions quickly. It sure does. But in times of stress, when a broker fails, when liquidity freezes, when systematic risks materialize, the clarity of property rights becomes critically important. That's why House Bill 1248 matters. 1248 proposes reform to UCC Article 8 at a state level to restore clarity of true property rights for individuals in their retirement investment accounts. It addresses the legal distinction between beneficial ownership and direct ownership and seeks to ensure that citizens' claims to their assets are clearly defined and protected. This is not a bipartisan issue. It is a property rights issue. If we look again at Japan's experience, one of the enduring challenges after the crash was the complexity of financial claims and the fragility of confidence in financial institutions. Once trust erodes, recovery becomes slow and it becomes difficult. And I don't know how many of you have 10 years to wait to make a claim on your account. Market functions on confidence. Confidence depends on clarity. Clarity depends on law. As state legislators, you do not control federal debt policy. You do not set Federal Reserve interest rates, but you do control the framework governing secured transactions and securities owned within this state. The UCC is adopted and enforced at state level. That gives this body the authority and the responsibility. 1248 strengthens that foundation by reinforcing the principles that citizens should have clear, enforceable property rights in assets they believe they own, particularly in retirement accounts that represent decades of labor and savings. If America is to avoid long-term stagnation like Japan experienced, we must maintain disciplined fiscal responsibility and policy, encourage productive investments over speculative excess, and ensure transparency in financial systems and protect individual property rights at every level. The world economy is entering a period of transition. Europe faces demographic contractions. Japan continues managing high sovereign debt. China is navigating structural imbalances. And our systems are global, folks. Capital will increasingly flow into jurisdictions that demonstrate legal clarity and institutional strength. States that reinforce property rights and legal transparency will attract capital, investment, and trust. 1248 positions the state as one that takes ownership rights seriously. It ensures that our commercial code reflects the fundamental American principle that what you earn and invest belongs to you. Long-term prosperity does not depend solely on market forecasts or next year's earning projections. It depends on strength of our legal and institutional foundations.
Representative Alk, we got about 30 seconds left, okay?
It'll take me 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Japan teaches us that assets bubble and debts can undermine growth for decades. Americans' advantage has always been its rule of law. 1248 helps prevent and preserve that advantage. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I respectfully urge your support. How's that?
That's great. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Appreciate it. At this time, we'll close all testimony, and we will open it up to about 5 minutes of committee questions. Anybody have any questions?
Question for the Prime.
Representative Alk, Representative Hughes has a question.
Julie Alk, District 18.
Mr. Chair. Representative Alk, could you remind me the category of investments and how the description of that category is framed with respect to the intermediaries, the securities intermediaries? Did you mention pooling agreements?
Pooling agreements, well, there really is only, the pooling agreements are held with DTC, which is Depository Trust Corp, basically right now Seed and Co. So secondary intermediary is like the broker, the DTCs, the Seed and Corp, where the pools are actually, the pools of funds are actually held.
Okay. Follow up. You bet. With respect to the retail investors, when they engage a broker, are they signing documents with the broker that are legal contracts?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions by the committee members? Yes, Representative Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the Prime. Now, you talked about the state retirement and the struggles they had. Did you ask them to come and testify? I mean, I'm surprised they're not here supporting this.
Mr. Chair, Julie Elk, District 18. I did. The thing that when they had their loss with Lehman Brothers, which was financed by J.P. Morgan Chase, J.P. Morgan Chase pretty much absorbed all of their losses, and that's what typically could happen if it involved one major bank. Okay, but if we just so happen to have a serious financial crisis in the United States, there probably wouldn't be enough J.P. Morgan Chases to absorb all that debt. Now, if you talked to the South Dakota Retirement, they would also inform you it took 10 to 12 years to recover those funds from the Lehman Brothers loss, which was, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere between 8 and 10 million. I don't know of anyone in this room that can wait 8 to 10 or 10 to 12 years to recover a loss in their 401k. This bill is really tailored and drawing attention to those of us small investors, which this could easily happen to also.
Any further questions? Seeing none, then we'll close the questions and open up to discussion and/or action. Yes.
I move to defer this bill to the 41st day.
Okay, we have a motion by Representative Mortensen, a second by Representative Reimer. Okay. Further discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Hughes.
Latitude?
You bet.
All right, so.
Does the motion maker get to discuss?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought we were going to discuss the motion.
Yeah, usually I let the person who makes the motion.
No, that's all good. The prime sponsor of this bill is done a tremendous amount of work and research over the years, as she noted. I would say a not very punctual member of the Uniform Laws Commission out of here. I mean, when I was first in, I was appointed there because I have a full law practice. I was not attending a lot of conventions or anything, and so I got off of that because I wasn't putting enough time into it. But I think this is an issue that needs to be worked really through that group. I mean, this is the Uniform Commercial Code. It is one of the great achievements of federalism in our country that every state has made its decision to adopt the same commercial code, or substantially the same commercial code, so that people doing business across state lines can do business across state lines. And there's probably no instance of that is more interconnected than securities, than some of these things. I mean, than buying stocks and holding these as securities. And so if this change is to be made, I think it should be made in a uniform way, this being the Uniform Commercial Code. And so, again, it's not for lack of effort or work or research by the prime sponsor who's been working on this for several years. But I hope that this gets brought in through a uniform law commissioner who can then make a proposal in through this process and potentially affect this change, but in a uniform way.
Representative Hughes.
Well, let me see if I can put some skin on this. I spent a number of hours looking over this, and I don't know that I'm a UCC expert. I mean, but I wrote the bar materials for Articles 2, 3, 4, and 9 about 30-some years ago, and have published a case note on Article 9. The problem I have with this bill is that under the contract clause of the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, states are prohibited, specifically prohibited, from enacting laws that retroactively impair existing contract obligations. And so when I look at this from a high level, hopefully, I'm thinking South Dakota can't do this because pooling agreements are contracts, and we heard that from the prime sponsor. So what we would be doing is, I guess, rescinding, nullifying all of these pooling agreements that are out there. And also, we would be nullifying agreements to which the state itself is a party under the retirement system. So I think this would be a great lawsuit to bring if this body adopted this legislation, and I think we would be in a peck of trouble. And I don't raise the specter of that casually. And since the 1970s, the U.S. Supreme Court has decided a few cases that still provide that the contract clause will protect contracts, at least where the state lacks a legitimate public purpose for substantially interfering with contract rights, and has not done so in a reasonable or necessary way. So I have a ton of respect for the prime sponsor, and she is able to challenge me legally on a number of fronts without formal legal training, and I appreciate her, and I appreciate her bringing this. But I think we know where this is headed, and I'm going to support the motion to defer.
Anything further? So what we have in front of us is House Bill 1248, an act to amend provisions of the Uniform Commercial Code. There is a motion to move it to the 41st day by Representative Mortensen, a second by Representative Reimer. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Mortensen.
Aye.
Reich.
Aye.
Wahlberg.
Aye.
Roby.
Aye.
Fitzgerald.
Aye.
Reimer.
Aye.
Whitman.
Aye.
Massey.
Aye.
Cole.
Aye.
Poirier.
Aye.
Hunt.
Nay.
Hughes.
Aye.
Stevens.
Aye.
12 yea, 1 nay.
House Bill 1248 will go to the 41st day. Next bill that we have up is House Bill 1140, an act to permit a court to impose as a condition of probation or parole in certain circumstances treatment at a nonprofit entity awarded at Alternative Care Program grant. We'll take proponent testimony at this time, and I again remind everybody you have about 12 minutes, and we've got 3 more bills to go. 3 bills to go total. Good morning, Representative Hughes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. It's a privilege for me to be here. I am District 13 State Representative John Hughes and the prime sponsor of HB 1140, and I do have an amendment to offer, Mr. Chair. That's correct. Thank you. In 2016, this legislature created an alternative grant program, which is administered by the Unified Judicial System. This grant program is available to nonprofits that provide extended residential alternative care for those who battle lifelong addictions to drugs and/or alcohol and have faced, generally speaking, a considerable amount of law enforcement contact and are facing sentencing or parole revocation. HB 1140 provides a clear signal to our judges, which currently does not exist directly in the code, that extended residential alternative care for certain offenders is as worthy of consideration as more jail time or more prison time, under the right conditions and where the offender or inmate wants to participate. Now, what this bill does not do is tie the hands or bind the judges or muzzle the prosecutors from presenting the options that they feel are best to serve the public and the individual and justice. But this bill does put into statute that this program can be considered under the right conditions. There is one South Dakota nonprofit entity currently providing extended residential alternative care as a grant recipient, and that's Teen Challenge of the Dakotas, and there are several persons here today. We have, and I'm going to try to wrap this up as quickly as I can because we have several people here and online who will share their stories of this faith-based treatment option, from law enforcement to prosecutors to defense lawyers, the courts, and to personal experience. Alternative care grant recipients are not required to be a faith-based nonprofit. However, the Governor's Rehabilitation Task Force, on which I serve along with 2 other members of this committee, proudly serve, frankly, includes a committee on faith-based programming. HB 1140 brings the potential to increase the role that Teen Challenge of the Dakotas has, but also to enlist potentially the support of other nonprofits. And we, along with our new Corrections Secretary, Nick Lamb, we've all been firsthand witnesses over the past months to the value of faith-based programs in bringing about life-changing outcomes, reducing repeat criminal behavior, and frankly, providing a much lower cost option to the taxpayers than more jail time and more prison time. So I will stand back for questions, and at this point, I believe we're having Mike Gilmartin of Teen Challenge of the Dakotas come to testify, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And I just so you know, time-wise, you got 10, there's a total of 10 minutes, and I've got 3 people online, and I don't know how many else is sitting out there. So if you can just focus it in on your main points, and if you need to do Me Too, some of those up there, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a
and
lot.
welcome to the House Judiciary.
Appreciate being here today, and thank you all for what you do. So, my name is Mike Gilmartin. I'm the Executive Director at Teen Challenge of the Dakotas in Brookings. I've been doing this for over 30 years and working in close relationship with the courts, the judges, parole, probation, defense attorneys, and even some state's attorneys that have advocated and for their for the person in trouble with the courts, and repeat offenders, addicted people that just have lost their way in this world and cannot seem to get out of the criminal system altogether. So during my experience, we work very closely with the courts, providing accountability and structure, helping these offenders to overcome not only their addiction issues, but their life controlling issues. You know, we're a place that offers hope, and we do that with close hands-on mentorship, training, teaching men how to work. We contribute to the community where our residential programming is. We have wonderful relationships in the community. We teach the men to serve. We help the men overcome depression. We help the men overcome mental health crisis. A lot of that stemming from their family background, their fatherlessness, their inner pain. And so it's a wonderful program, and we've been working closely with the system, so to speak, for many, many years. So we're just looking for a way to fill empty beds. It's really a tragedy. And some of the reforms that were put in about 14 years ago have had a negative effect on our program, because a lot of the offenders who are addicted and fearful and hesitant to invest in such an intensive program like Teen Challenge, where you really get down to the nitty-gritty and help a man face himself and take responsibility. It's a big task for a guy who's been addicted, so they easily opt for some of the short-term programs that are offered, and thus Teen Challenge has been overlooked. So we're trying to just remedy that. We would just want to help more people. We have empty beds, and it's just really sad that that's the case. And we feel like with just a little bit of common sense and working together, we can resolve that issue. I'm not a politician. I don't know all the ins and outs of how this all goes down, but I know that we're here to serve. We've been serving, and we just want to continue to help more people. That's what it boils down to. So we've done some major studies over the years with an independent firm that proves that we dramatically reduce recidivism rates in the prison system, and we change lives because we give people hope. And it's a 14-month program. We help men to get back into the workforce. There's volunteerism in the program. So we're changing men's hearts, and that's what changes their lives. And it may sound like a little bit of pie in the sky, but it's really a reality that we experience and work and witness every day. So, in fact, we have a gentleman here that's local that ran over here to testify if he has time. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you very much. We have about 6 minutes left. Any other proponents for House Bill 1140 as amended? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I thank you for your time here today. My name is Cassie Wendt, and I am a prosecuting attorney for the state of South Dakota. I graduated law school in 2012 and have been serving as a prosecutor for the last 14 years, all but about a 1.5-year period. I am here today to support the amendment to this bill, and the reason for that is, as a prosecutor, we have to have more options. One of the things that we have heard members of these committees say over the past several years is we have too many people in prison. I don't disagree with that. One of the hardest parts from a prosecutor's standpoint is weighing the safety of our communities together with the needs of a defendant. When Reverend Gilmartin tells you that he has worked very closely with the court system, I've been in contact with Reverend Gilmartin for several cases over my 14-year history. In addition, I had the honor and privilege of spending about 1 year and 4 months as a defense attorney before I was reelected as state's attorney. During that time, Mr. Gilmartin and I had spoken on the phone several times about several cases. We've talked at length about the needs of the defendants throughout the state of South Dakota and what it takes to beat addiction. One of the things that we see from my standpoint are individuals coming through the court system with no stability, whether that be homes, jobs, relationships, family, support, lack of structure, lack of employment, and the inability or the lack of upbringing that provides them the knowledge and understanding of how to cure those things. These are all things that Teen Challenge of the Dakotas provides to defendants. They provide them with structure. They have them in work programs, which give them job skills so that when they are finished with the program, they can continue to succeed once they're back into our communities. I have seen this program work. And I can tell you from a prosecutor's standpoint that these types of programs are so important to our communities. And when we talk about options in South Dakota, we have so very few. Long-term addiction programs are few and far between. There are some in the hills, there are some obviously in Sioux Falls and Rapid City, but when you talk about our rural areas, we have very, very few options. The amendment to this bill highlights the discretion of our courts. Obviously, at the time of sentencing, what occurs and what is determined is at the sole discretion of our judges, and this amendment allows that to stay there. In addition, as prosecutors, we have to have discretion, and the reason for that is we have to be able to see those people who are not right for a program like this and be able to say that they are not right for this program. I have done that. Reverend Gil Martin and I have had those conversations. I have had individuals that I had to say I would not support them applying to this program for a couple of reasons. One of the main ones is because I believe in the program so much that I would rather deny someone application than allow them to cause damage to the program. Those, both discretion for courts and discretion for prosecutors, remain intact with this amendment. Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to introduce to yourself and this committee a graduate of the Teen Challenge of the Dakotas program, if that's acceptable.
Yes, we have about 4 minutes left, and we have 3 online, and I don't know how many more you have in the audience, but.
Thank you. I would like to introduce to you a young man by the name of Brandon McLaughlin. I had the privilege of representing Mr. McLaughlin as a defense attorney when he found himself in trouble. As background, I've known Brandon since he learned to walk, and it was an honor to represent him. Throughout the course of his case, it was very clear to me that a program like Teen Challenge of the Dakotas was so important because it provided all those things that I knew Brandon needed. I will step aside and allow him to speak to the committee if that's appropriate.
My name is Brandon McLaughlin. As she said, I am a recent graduate of Teen Challenge of the Dakotas. I graduated last June. Just want to add to, you have to be able to want something like that. So they push for people that really want the change. Because if you go there, 14 months is a long time. I've seen a lot of people bomb out of there because they just made the decision that they weren't right for it. But at the same time, I've met a lot of guys that stuck through it and graduated and finished it and were on to better lives, free of addiction. We don't have the problems we had when we went in there. Well, we have the problems, but we learned how to deal with them. We learned structure, jobs, how to maintain one, and how to just be an honest man of God. If it wasn't for Teen Challenge, I would be sitting in prison still high and just learning more connections and ready to get out to a world worse than I was. But I'm not sure how much more I have to add.
Well, that's saying a lot. Thank you very much. I think the whole committee here is very proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other in the room proponents? You got about 2 minutes left, and so Me Too's are really encouraged.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Thomas Carlson, and I serve as a law enforcement chaplain with the United States Chaplain Corps on the Lower Brule and Crow Creek Reservation. I'm also an ordained minister, and I have previous experience as a Celebrate Recovery pastor. These roles have allowed me to walk beside individuals that have been impacted by not only addiction, but also trauma. And I can't reiterate enough what Reverend Mike says and the attorney and the students say. The thing that I like about Teen Challenge is it stops the constant reoccurring. I'm walking with a couple of individuals on the Hill in Sioux Falls that have been in prison and in prison and in prison and in prison and haven't been given an opportunity to get a program like Teen Challenge. The thing that I appreciate about Teen Challenge is that they have a 78+% nationwide, worldwide recidivism rate. I don't know many programs that have that, and I know that these short-term programs, one of the problems is they address the addiction and behavior, but they don't address the underlying behavior that leads from trauma, isolation, hopelessness, no purpose, where Teen Challenge offers that program. I walked beside a lady who had, when I was a Celebrate Recovery pastor, that had overdosed 7 times on heroin, was addicted to meth. She went through a Teen Challenge program in North Dakota, and she's now a proud addiction counselor at Northeastern Mental Health in Aberdeen. So this program works, and for that reason, I urge your support in supporting House Bill 1140. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other proponents? It's got to be quick. We got about a minute and a half left. Thank you for coming.
My name is Gary Uterberg. I'm from Gary, South Dakota. I'm a Me Too on this. I'd like to refer to my written testimony. This is life-changing. This is critical. They do great work. I've attended their graduations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Hello, Mr. Chair, committee members. Tessa Schwanz, District 9, House of Representatives. I'm a Me Too.
Thank you very much. Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Cash Anderson, South Dakota Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, Me Too.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. State Representative Al Norstrup from Aberdeen. And just to let you know that this is a clarification bill. It allows the judge one more option, which has been available in the past. It just clarifies that option is available. Please vote yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Siegel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Steve Siegel. I'm the registered lobbyist for the South Dakota Trial Lawyers Association. I've been called a lot of things. Senator is not one of them. Me too. Thank you.
Yeah, well, us trial lawyers have been called a lot of things, so I would go with senator if I was you. Anybody else? Me too. Then we're going to go very quickly to 3 online. So, Mr. Martin.
Yes, my name is Vincent Martin from Cottington County. Respects of limited time, I'll just give you my Me Too. These programs, they're good programs, they work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking your time to contact us. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, retired circuit court judge after 18 years. This program works. Not all the judges are aware of it. Some of them are concerned about using it because it just hasn't been endorsed. There's some faith-based taste to it, and a lot of judges are paranoid about church and state. So this legislative endorsement is going to be huge for the program and a great resource that the judges would like to have the opportunity to use.
Thank you very much. Sheriff Milstead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. You know, the high recidivism rates continue to negatively impact public safety, the population of our jails and prisons. To give you an idea, today we have about 80 people that are in Minnehaha County Jail that are on parole. 69 of them are in on new charges. 113 of my inmates today are on probation, but they're in on new charges. So we see the recidivism continue to be a pressing issue. And I really appreciate Representative Hughes bringing this bill, his passion on the issue, and that he worked with the sheriffs and the state's attorneys to amend the bill to be appropriate. This bill supports faith-based programs like Teen Challenge of the Dakotas, and I strongly support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to close proponent testimony. Is there any opponent to testimony? Seeing none, that we don't need to have any rebuttal. We'll take just a couple of questions if there are any. Otherwise, we're going to Representative Fitzgerald.
For the prime.
Mr. Chair.
So this is a 14-month program. Is it an inpatient program, and what is the cost of this program?
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The cost is $50 a day. It is anticipated to be, in general, a 14-month residential. So it's a long-term based program. And it's substantially less cost than the cost of incarceration. In fact, it's way cheaper.
So this would be a cost to the state?
There's a grant through the Unified Judicial System. I'm not certain of the source of all of those funds, but there certainly is, it's part of the G-bill. There will be an appropriation for this, and Representative Nostrup would probably be the best person to give a status update on that. But the grant is currently about $333,000. And it's going unused, frankly, because of the lack of awareness. And so that's one of the moving motivations for the bill.
Over the last few years, State Representative Al Norstrup from Aberdeen, over the last few years, the grant money has gone unclaimed because the beds were empty. So this is not a new, this is basically just a savings, and it works. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Whitman.
Question for the prime.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. In the original version, of which I'm a sponsor, it included specialty courts, drug court, DUI court, veterans court, et cetera. But in the amendment, that language was struck. And so I'm just wondering if you can give me a little information about why that specialty court language was struck from the statute.
Certainly. State Representative John Hughes, Sioux Falls, thank you for the question. It was probably trying to do too much at one time. And and as a young legislator, not young in age, but young at this, you soon learn to start small. And sometimes the bandwidth is too wide, and there are others. So basically what this represents is really listening to the stakeholders and finding common ground. And we could all agree that this alternative care program was a home run. And we'll leave the others for another day between the Unified Judicial System and the state's attorneys. There's a lot of dialogue that is happening and will continue, and perhaps we'll be bringing a bill back at some point that has the support of all the stakeholders, prosecution, defense, UJS, that will address the specialty courts. But for today, this is as far as we go.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So just to be clear, it still exists in statutes that our judges have the discretion to order specialty courts as a part of a probation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, judicial discretion is unimpaired in terms of what may be offered. And just to be candid, I know there's a funding issue when specialty courts are created, and we have a very like South Dakota in general, the state's attorneys are run by the counties, funded by the counties, and so there's constantly a lot of dialogue going back and forth about what to have available and how we're going to pay for it. So, but we know that this is already a funded program. So, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to close it, questions, and open up to committee discussion and/or action.
Mr. Chair.
Did you have a question, Representative Reich? Excuse me, I cut off the question a little bit too soon. I'm sorry, Representative.
It's on your amendment. I'm sorry, I didn't go quick enough. It's on your amendment.
maybe I'm reading this wrong. Section 3, on the bottom of your amendment, it appears that we're striking out the punishments for fourth offense and subsequent DWIs. What's that?
I would like to defer to Mr. Chair, I'd like to defer to the LRC staff.
It's just removing the sections from the bill. It's not striking the statutes themselves. The statutes will remain existing in code. As you can see, the language that 3223 4.6 be amended is also struck.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, Representative. Okay, so all the members of the committee can take a deep breath now. Particularly the state's attorneys. Okay, so we're back to discussion and our motion. Yes, Representative Cole.
Do pass.
Okay, we have a motion by Representative Cole, second by Representative Wahlberg to do pass. Comments?
I would just say I did a tour and got briefed on this in Brookings, and I came away very, very impressed, and I think that this is just put me down as a Me Too.
Probation or parole in certain circumstances, treatment at a nonprofit entity awarded an alternative care program grant. That motion was made by Representative Cole, second by Representative Wahlberg. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Mortensen.
Aye.
Reich.
Aye.
Wahlberg.
Aye.
Roby.
Aye.
Fitzgerald.
Aye.
Reimer. Reimer.
Aye.
Whitman.
Aye.
Massey.
Aye.
Call.
Aye.
Poirier.
Aye.
Hunt.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
Stevens. 13 yeas, 0 nay.
A majority vote is hereby approved. Representative, would you like to go on consent, or would you like to talk about this on the floor?
Mr. Chair, given the press of matters and crossover day, I'd love to talk about this on the floor, but I'm fine with consent. I think we should just, yeah, I'm seeing, okay, thank you. Thank you.
It'll go on consent
Thank
until
you.
someone pulls it off. Well, I'm just telling you the way it is. You know, sometimes the truth hurts, but it's the way it is. The next bill we have in front of us is House Bill 1276, an act to establish policies and procedures for the use of solitary confinement in a juvenile facility. Take proponent testimony. Welcome, Representative Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I do have an amendment that I would like to be moved at this time.
And is that 1276A?
Correct.
Okay. We have a move by Representative Hunt, and Representative Whitman, and a second by Representative Mortensen. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's approved.
Okay, thank you, committee. So South Dakota is actually one of the 4 states in the nation that doesn't have any legal limits on solitary confinement. So what House Bill 1276A does is seek to change that by establishing clear rules for the use of solitary confinement in our state's juvenile facilities. This bill restricts solitary confinement to last resort safety situations. It limits its use and duration, requires oversight and reviews, protects access to services and family contact, and ensures transparency through documentation and notification. I also really want to note what this bill does not do. It does not eliminate isolation entirely. In true emergencies where a child poses an immediate danger to themselves or others, confinement can be used. But what it does do is prohibit the use of confinement for retaliation, punishment, or administrative convenience. This legislation is about protecting our most vulnerable children. Children are not adults, and punishing them as adults can create real harm, real and lasting harm. Their brains, their emotions, and behaviors are still developing, and the research on this is very clear. Solitary confinement is extremely harmful to children. Many youth in detentions have already experienced trauma, abuse, neglect, or severe instability, and isolation compounds that trauma, and isolating youth dramatically increases suicide ideation and self-harm behaviors. Solitary confinement also disrupts critical brain development at the time when children need stability and support, and many experts, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, agree that solitary confinement is unsafe and inappropriate for children. Research shows that solitary confinement also does not reduce misconduct. It makes it worse. Youth placed in isolation are more likely to struggle emotionally, act out, and have difficulty reintegrating into programs in their communities. We talk a lot about rehabilitation in this body, and if we are serious about it, then we absolutely must use approaches that work. And that means providing care, structure, mental health support, and opportunities for children to learn and grow, not isolating them in ways that can deepen trauma and increase their risk of being able to survive. House Bill 1276 is clear, it's compassionate, it is evidence-based, it follows federal law. It protects vulnerable children. It sets common sense rules and prohibits promotes rehabilitation, and it still allows solitary confinement to be used when absolutely necessary. So I urge you to support this bill so less children in South Dakota have to endure the unnecessary and harmful practices of solitary confinement.
Thank you. Any other proponents for House Bill 1276 as amended? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Samantha Chapman. I represent the ACLU of South Dakota, and we are proud to stand today in support of House Bill 1276. Raising the standard for the use of solitary confinement will reduce the trauma that children might experience when they're in a detention facility, prioritize rehabilitation over punishment, and likely decrease our future prison population. This bill was written to mirror both federal law and the policies that are already in place and working in the Pennington County, at the Western South Dakota Juvenile Services Center. Limiting the use of solitary confinement for kids is not a radical concept and should be a priority for our state, especially right now as we are re-examining rehabilitation for adults in our corrections systems. This is an opportune time to look at our current practices and improve outcomes for kids in juvenile corrections to hopefully help them prevent from ever entering the justice system again as an adult. Over the last decade, several other states have changed their laws to limit the use of solitary confinement for children. West Virginia, Montana, Nebraska, Arkansas, Tennessee, Louisiana, and Oklahoma have all passed laws that are much more stringent than the bill that is before you today. In fact, South Dakota, as Representative Healy mentioned, is just one of 4 states with no statewide restrictions on the use of solitary confinement or shackling of minors in juvenile facilities. We do understand that there are circumstances sometimes when solitary confinement is a necessary tool to protect the safety of a child, other children, or staff, and this bill does not take away that tool. What this bill does is prevent punitive or retaliatory use of solitary confinement for children, adds accountability to the practice, and encourages a collaborative response to reintegrate kids out of solitary confinement as soon as is safely possible. There's no such thing as a bad child. I think all of us can agree on that. And nationally, almost 70% of kids who are in juvenile facilities have mental health diagnoses, but just 20% of those kids actually receive mental health services while they're in juvenile corrections facilities. These kids need extra mental health support, especially in circumstances when they're losing control of their behavior. The requirement in this bill for visits with a qualified mental health professional when solitary confinement is used addresses this very real need. We know that solitary confinement is not a rehabilitative practice. It's a carceral approach that does nothing to address the root cause of bad behavior. The negative effects of prolonged isolation of youth, whether intended to protect or punish, far outweigh any purported benefits. And despite its well-documented harms to youth, prolonged isolation has no real positive outcome. There's no research to support the use of prolonged isolation for children as a therapeutic tool or to promote positive behaviors. When we know that the practice is actively harmful and has no demonstrated benefits to children, limiting the use of solitary confinement to only when necessary is the right thing to do. House Bill 1276 creates consistency in the way that solitary confinement is used statewide and aligns our state's practices with federal law, while still allowing facilities the use of this critical tool to address very serious situations. We urge you to vote yes on behalf of South Dakota's youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other proponents of the bill in the room? Otherwise, we're going to go to online testimony. Seeing none, so we will go to Benson. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
We got a few minutes left on this one. So go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Benson Hsu. I'm a pediatric ICU doctor and a professor of pediatrics at the University of South Dakota. I've lived in Sioux Falls for 15 years. I'm from District 2, and I'm testifying in my personal capacity in support of this bill. I spend my days keeping South Dakota's sickest kids alive. In fact, I'm here in the ICU and can't be there today, and I apologize. But I am here today testifying for what we know about kids' brains should shape how we treat kids in our facilities. In the ICU, I regularly care for teenagers who are agitated, combative, and sometimes even violent. They swing at nurses, they pull out breathing tubes, and here's what we never do. We never lock them up in a room alone because we know it would make them worse. Instead, we bring help. We de-escalate. We call our mental health team, and it works because we're working with the brain, not against it. Here's the science. A teenage brain is still under construction. The part that controls impulses, that makes good decisions, that calms you down, the prefrontal cortex, that's the last part to finish developing. It's not fully online until the mid-20s. So when a young person in a juvenile facility loses control, it's not a character flaw. It's a brain that hasn't finished building its braking system. What that kid needs in that moment is a trained adult who could be the brakes for them. Someone who can help them calm down, make better choices next time. That's why a qualified mental professional is there and it's important. That's what this bill provides for. When we put a kid with an unfinished brain into isolation, we're not teaching them anything. We're only doing damage. The research is clear. Isolation floods a young person's body with stress hormones, disrupts the very brain development we need to happen. It causes depression, anxiety, panic attacks, psychosis, and the effects does not end when the door opens. People who are isolated as teenagers report nightmares, flashback, cold sweats years and even decades later. And then there are the numbers that we can't look away from. In a national study of youth suicides in detention, half occurred when the child was in isolation. In a study of nearly 250,000 incarceration in New York City jails, solitary confinement was the single strongest predictor of self-harm, even stronger than serious mental illness. These are not statistics. These are our kids. This is not my opinion alone. Every major medical organization in the country has reached the same conclusion. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, they all oppose solitary confinement for youth. The American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry explicitly supports legislative efforts like this. And this is not new or untested, as already been said. In 2018, the bipartisan First Step Act signed by President Trump prohibited solitary confinement for juveniles in federal facility except for brief temporary safe responses, the same framework as this bill. It passed the Senate 87-12. This bill simply brings South Dakota in line with that federal standard. This bill does not remove safety tools. It improves safety. It preserves the ability to separate a child who's in immediate danger. It simply says, try something else first. Get mental health professional involved. Document what you're doing. Don't use isolation as punishment. These are common sense safeguards. I've raised my kids. I've raised my family here. The kids in our juvenile facility are South Dakota kids. They're our kids. Many of them have been through more trauma than any of us can ever imagine. This bill makes sure that we don't add to that trauma. I urge it do pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have Lacey Hubers. Is that correct? We've got a couple minutes
Yes.
left. We've got about 4 minutes left. Please
Okay,
proceed.
thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I wanted to be there in person, but my son is being released from detention today, and so I wanted to be home for that. So thank you for allowing me to join remotely. From an early age, our bright son had behavior issues. We took him to counselors, psychiatrists, and doctors who prescribed him medications. He was identified as gifted in elementary school. He developed anxiety-induced asthma. We spent many nights in the hospital because of asthma attacks. Through it all, he was loved so much by our family. He played football. He loved Legos. However, in middle school, things became more difficult. He discovered drugs with a group of friends we didn't know. He didn't tell us about things he was going through and struggling with until it was too late. We tried curfews, grounding, taking away technology, more counseling, more psychiatrists, more medication, but in the end, things just became untenable. At the age of 14, he began running away for days at a time. We spent sleepless nights driving around the city looking for him. After several encounters with law enforcement, he was committed to the Department of Corrections. I want to say that everyone we met in this system, from police officers, court officials, caseworkers, probation officers, were so kind and compassionate, and I truly believe they're doing what they can within the system. But it didn't work for our son. Drug treatment centers wouldn't admit him because of his flight risk. Psychiatric treatment centers wouldn't take him because of his drug use. He ended up in juvenile detention. He acted out. He got into fights, and he was punished with solitary confinement. 2 summers ago, our son was in a fight while at JDC and was sent to confinement for what ended up to be nearly 4 weeks. During that time, he never went outside, ate all his meals in a small cell, and was brought out of cell for 1 hour a day for hygiene and showering. After a few days of this, he became suicidal. He told me that he didn't see a point in living anymore. He had given up. He was then put in another cell with a safety blanket and nothing else. He was checked on by mental health professionals until he was deemed stable enough to go back into confinement again. Instead of making him more compliant, it made him more belligerent and unwell. This cycle was repeated a few times. Finally, he was accepted into a psychiatric treatment program. While at this program, I was told by staff that they never use confinement because it's harmful and traumatizing. His counselor there told me he was suffering from PTSD due to his confinement. She was shocked that he had been confined at all, much less for as long as he was. This system needs to change. Like Dr. Sue said, we know so much more now about the developing brain and what it needs. Fresh air, sunshine, exercise, good food, social interaction, healthcare, therapy, especially for children who are struggling with behavior and mental health issues. Solitary confinement made our son's behavior and mental health worse. He was in confinement for too long, waiting for a bed in a treatment facility. Many states have laws against solitary confinement for children. While I know this is a complex issue, juvenile justice is, the issue of solitary confinement is not complex. It's just wrong. There has to be a better way, and our family is still healing from the trauma of this system. I hope this bill will help other children and families in our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hubers. We have Rachel Post. We have a minute and a half left. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I will be quick. I am Rachel Post. I'm a psychologist for the University of South Dakota. My focus is in children and adolescents and trauma, both in practice and in research. And I have done research on restraints and seclusion for children and adolescents in residential, inpatient, and juvenile facilities. And so I would just like to support this in that we do need policy that is trauma informed and educational for the staff working with these children in the facilities, and to have this policy in place with the mental health aspect involved and a trauma-informed aspect can keep our kids in the least restrictive situations possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's all of the, is that right, representative of all the proponents? Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take opponent testimony to House Bill 1276 as amended.
Good morning, Chairman, committee member Stacey Ackerman, Executive Director for the South Dakota Sheriff's Association. We rise in opposition today of House Bill 1276, but before I begin sharing the reasons why we oppose, I would like to begin with what I think we can agree on. We all want what is best and safest for all the juveniles entrusted in our care. We are not here to tell you that reform in how incarceration works should not be an issue. To the contrary, we're always looking for solutions, but jumping into an elaborate bill like this one sets South Dakota up for failure in our view. Small, careful steps should be our method of delivering change in the juvenile justice system and incarceration of our youth, not a major overhaul without careful study. We are open to a conversation with the proponents and have even shared this with Ms. Chapman. House Bill 1276 speaks to solitary confinement, detailing numerous requirements. In the short time we've had to review and assess the bill, we feel that many of these things will have a significant financial impact to implement and even to staff them. With the current discussions on reducing property taxes, how will we fund these mandates? We do not know. Housing juveniles is already the most expensive cost for housing an individual a county will face. Currently, Minnehaha County is at $522 a day, Roberts County is at $450 a day, and Brown County is currently at $355, looking at going up to $400. To compare, an adult housed in a jail is between $95 to $120, depending on the services that are provided in the facility. I'm also told the bill needs clarifying terminology. For example, solitary confinement is outdated and misportrays facilities as punitive. The bill as written really sets up any facility for litigation by requiring a variety of actions or prohibitions of actions within potentially unreasonable timelines. These are just a few of our concerns. We do have one testifier in person and 2 online who manage juvenile facilities who can better elaborate on caring for our juveniles, and we ask for you to oppose 1276.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other opponents in the room to testify? Good morning. Thank you for coming. Yep.
My name is Chad Sedell. I'm the administrator at the Hughes County Juvenile Service Center, and we do support 20 counties within central South Dakota. The discussion on the solitary confinement really does need to be addressed and reevaluated. As a medium to small facility, I am very limited on space and resources. Isolation is a short-term deterrent. Is the only way we can correct issues at the time. Solitary confinement or isolation gives parties the time they need to slow down, refocus, and reevaluate the problem at hand. Isolation gives juveniles time to reflect on poor decisions they have made that got them into the situations they are in. This time shows them that they are being held accountable for their actions, and their actions alone got them into that isolation area. The space that we work in is very limited with options that we cannot explore. We look at total population, the safest and least restrictive outcome for the resolution of the first problem. So we're trying our best with what we're limited with for resources. That's all I have, gentlemen and ladies.
Well, thank you very much for taking your time to come. Then we're going to go to online, and Jamie Gravitt, can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Yes, please proceed.
Chair, representatives, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jamie Gravitt. I've been working with youthful offenders since 1993. I've been a juvenile corrections officer, a juvenile corrections agent, juvenile probation officer, deputy chief probation officer, and for the past 12 years, I've been the director of the Minnehaha County Juvenile Detention Center. I'm a Satin and Canary Award winner. This is the highest state award given in the field of corrections and probation. If I tell you all of this to show I take the work I do very seriously, and I'm proud of the work I've done with the youth and the families I've served in the state of South Dakota. I've embraced many changes in the field of juvenile justice over the years. Without hesitation, I can tell you the most successful changes have been the ones that were developed collaboratively, seeking informed input from all stakeholders, particularly those who would be charged with implementing such changes. That has not been the case with this bill. I was disappointed to learn other than Minnehaha and Pennington counties, none of the detention centers had been contacted by the sponsors for their thoughts on this subject. We understand the effects of detention and the use of a room. Our staff are trained in child development, adverse child experiences, which is trauma, motivational interviewing, and mental health issues. They are taught to find the meaning behind the behavior. Detention centers advocate to make sure the right youth are held at the right place at the right time. That advocacy doesn't change once they are inside our facility. Safety and security for all in our building is our top priority. We are constantly looking to improve what we do. I have a team in my facility meeting every 2 weeks who decides how we can be better. We want the best outcomes for the youth that we serve. We strive to meet best practices. This bill would not allow us to make improvements as new best practices are presented. Committing this to law would make us wait a year to make recommendations for change and hope it is approved. Moreover, there is a fiscal cost to meet the burdensome requirements of this bill. I would have to add approximately 8 correctional officers to meet the one-on-one staffing needs in these situations, not to mention the additional money needed for increased professional services. Where is this money going to come from? In 2009, Minnehaha County JDC admitted over 1,000 juveniles from Minnehaha County. This past year, that number was 229. Through collaboration and thoughtful policymaking, we made tremendous strides in the way we manage youthful offenders. Particularly when it comes to secure detention, this dramatic decrease is also telling because it sheds light on who's being detained. We are talking about how to deal with the most violent of the violent. We must have a tool to keep everyone in our building safe, all youth and our staff. That is why Minnehaha County invested almost $50 million in constructing a new building incorporating features to provide better safety for all youth and our staff and to support every youth's mental health needs. No facts have been presented to support the needs of such restrictive change. Little opportunity has been given to work together for a solution. This is not the right time for such a law. I respectfully request you oppose House Bill 1276, and I'm open for any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Please stay online in case there is. Mr. Gutierrez, Joe? We've got a couple of minutes left. Can you hear us?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Yes, please.
Hello,
proceed.
my name is Joe. Hello, my name is Joe Gutierrez. I'm the commander of the Western South Dakota Juvenile Services Center. I work under the Pennington County Sheriff's Office. First of all, I'd like to mention what a great job our corrections staff does working with high-risk juveniles that are in our facility. Our detention centers around the state continue to collaborate with each other and continue to be the biggest advocates for our juveniles in our care. We have juveniles in our facility that have some serious charges, such as assaults, rape, and murder. We don't use the word solitary confinement or restricted housing. We use of separation for juveniles. I'm on a national committee for the American Correction Association, Juvenile Detention and Correction Facility Standards. These standards fall closely in line with the Bureau of Prison Standards. Currently, we are reviewing all juvenile standards, including the use of separation. During these meetings, we are updating and creating new standards to assist with all detention and correction facilities in the country. When we make these changes using best practice in case law, we can implement these faster in our facilities. If this bill passes, first, it will tie our hands on making these changes, and then when we have to wait a year, hoping legislature will be willing to make those changes that are adopted nationally. Our facilities already have policy and procedures in place that help us manage our population safely and securely. This law will also add financial burdens to our counties. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Please stay online, and then we'll take a short rebuttal from the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I don't know why my computer always freezes right before I come to talk to you guys. I just want to talk about the timeline really quickly. So back in 2024 is when the parent who testified today reached out to a legislator, not me. That legislator actually reached out to Minnehaha JDC, and so did other stakeholders to have a meeting, and that was denied back in August of 2024. So this work has been happening since 2024. They knew this bill was coming as of fall of 2025. We dropped the bill and we shared it with them in early January when session began. And we've made multiple offers to discuss this bill. Stakeholders have made multiple offers to discuss this bill. So it's not true that this is coming out of the blue. This has been something that has been questioned for quite some time, and other legislators have also questioned these policies. While it's really positive that the number of instances has decreased, we heard that today, reducing the number of instances practices doesn't make the practice safe or acceptable. Trend lines alone don't make a practice safe, so we can't argue that. And you received an email from Minnehaha County. It mentioned that the average time in solitary confinement for their children is 27.7 hours, and that's shockingly high, especially for minors. That's the average. So that means that there are kids in there who have been in there for longer than 27 hours, which is already harmful to kids. Evidence shows that when a child is in solitary confinement for 22 to 24 hours, it leads to serious psychological and neurological harm. And it also can, as you heard, cause trauma, depression, anxiety, PTSD, and suicidal behavior. Do we want that for our kids? Do we want to do something for children that don't necessarily need solitary confinement? Do we want to put them in the position where they are now going to be even more traumatically impacted? We also heard about local control. If solitary confinement is serious to use, it's serious enough to be a statewide issue and to create statewide standards. When one kid is treated differently because they are across the state, that's a problem. Also, kids are traveling across county lines to go to JDC. So this is a state issue. We also heard about operational feasibility and cost. That's why we passed that amendment, because it does reduce the number of interdisciplinary team members. So now it can either be a QMHP or a licensed healthcare professional. So we try to mainstream we try to mainstream that because we know that that will reduce confusion and mitigate some of the cost burdens. We also heard from opponents that isolation allows youth to be held accountable. Isolation is not ever a proper form for holding children accountable for their behavior, and I think we learned that today from our physician. But ultimately, we are still willing to work with the opponents if they're willing to work. This is a good faith effort. We've been palms up the whole time. We're here today because children are being placed in solitary confinement, as you heard, for even up to 4 weeks. Why is that happening if we have policies set in place? It's happening. This policy is about protecting children. Again, because research shows that putting kids into solitary confinement is not good and is very harmful. This bill sets clear, evidence-based federal limits. It makes solitary confinement a last resort, requires oversight, promotes safer alternatives and rehabilitation. And if we can support this, we're protecting children, we're supporting healthy development, and we are keeping youth and staff safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll call close testimony at this time. We'll open up for a few questions. Mr. Chair? Yes, Representative Whitman.
I have a question for Director Gravitt.
Mr. Gravitt, are you still in line?
I am.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Director Gravitt, you may remember that I was the legislator that reached out to you 2 years ago when my constituent had her son held in solitary confinement for more than 3 weeks. And you shared with me then that your written policy was that it limited solitary confinement in juveniles for 72 hours. Can you help me understand how a youth could experience multiple weeks of solitary confinement under that framework?
I don't know the specifics of that case at this time. I do recall you contacting me, and I do recall inviting you to come speak with me and my staff and have a tour of our current facility at that time and discuss the plans for our new facility and how we would do that better. But some things that would keep a kid in a room longer is ongoing violent behavior, not being safe to put with other children. We're responsible for the safety of everybody in our building, not just the youth that are acting out. You know, the main thing that you need to understand is we're not a treatment facility. We're a holding center. We do the best with what we have available to us. We're not like a hospital where we can call somebody and they come running with a psychologist or a psychiatrist or any other mental health professional. We don't have those on staff. We can't afford them. I wish we could, but we don't. You know, but if they're held, and you talked about the 27.7 hours that we held youth on average. That includes the sleeping hours as well. You know, the lowest amount in 2025 was 20 minutes and the highest amount was 72 hours. So The only way that they continue after that point is if they're continuing to act out. We do have QMHPs that come in. We do consult with QMHPs. We do the best we can with what we have. We don't want bad outcomes for these kids. We want them to be successful. We want them to be a positive member of our community. We want to do everything the best we can to make sure that that happens. But with this bill, you're giving us unfunded mandates. You're giving us restrictions that is going to put people in danger. It's that simple.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? Thank you. So am I to understand that underneath your current framework, there is a maximum total amount of hours that a youth can be separated from general population?
The policy is if we're nearing 72 hours of separation, that we consult our QMHP and put together a team that's kind of described similarly to what this bill has. We're trying to safely get them back out, but we need to make sure that not only are they safe for themselves, but they're safe for everybody else in our building.
Further question by Representative Fitzgerald.
I'd like to ask a question to the other gentleman from the juvenile facility in Rapid City. Joe.
Ma'am?
Joe, I've toured your facility. I think I did when I was in appropriations, but could you let us all know what type of juveniles are held at your facility?
We are a holding facility for juveniles who have committed some pretty serious offenses. You know, we have some serious assaults, rapes to murders. All correctional facilities, you know, have to house juveniles sometimes that cannot safely interact in the general population setting. You know, we get assaultive, low functioning, mental health juveniles that are really a challenge to work with.
So just a follow-up. I toured your facility. I thought it was run very well and was quite impressed. You have a difficult job, that's for sure. So thank you for answering my question.
Thank you. Appreciate the question.
Any further questions? Representative Cole?
Thank you, Chair. Question for Jamie Gravitt. If you're there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just a quick question. Do you have any figures as far as in the past 6 months? First of all, how long has your new facility been open?
We moved youth into it on October 20th of 2025. We do have numbers for the fourth quarter. They went down significantly. I'm not seeing my sheet right in front of me. I have so much information that I've been working on, but I can tell you it has went down. We're lucky to have an area to where, like in our old facility, we had to use rooms sometimes because we had one person that wants to kill another, and we would have to half the time out for those types of kids. We no longer have to do that. We have a housing unit that we can use short-term isolation and bring them out into a day room that we didn't have available to us before. We just had the room available to us. We're always looking for things that we can do better. And like I said, we've been willing to cooperate. I have not been asked by any representatives to sit at a table with other detention center staff and ACLU parents, whoever, doctors. I'd love to do that, but that hasn't been offered to me.
Just a quick follow-up. So you say that the numbers have gone down. Do you have any figures there? And I know it's short notice from, say, like the fourth quarter of 24 compared to the fourth quarter now?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information, but I could gather it and email it to all of you.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to close off questions, and we're going to go to committee discussion and or action.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Roby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. I like several aspects of this bill. You know, the spirit of the bill. You know, again, there's several pieces of it that I could get behind. You know, a couple of things that concern me. You know, the definition of solitary confinement. You know, heard from some folks. You know that in many cases at these facilities there's only one juvenile at a time, and so that seems like that definition doesn't allow for that type of a situation. I'm also concerned about the definition of temporary. It sounds like in current policies, there is some more teeth around the word temporary. In this bill, it doesn't appear to define that, and so I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the cost implications, and it just does. It seems like the proponents and opponents have been a bit of ships passing in the night on this issue, and have not really had the opportunity to sit down and connect. And so I'd love to see a bill come forward on this topic that's been fully informed by the facts on the ground at our facilities in the state. So I'm going to be opposing this bill today. Thanks.
Further discussion and or action?
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I move
Reverend.
to pass.
We have a motion to pass. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Representative Whitman and a second by, was it Representative Hunt? Okay. Further discussion?
I would just say, I understand this is a substantive policy conversation. But the fact that we have absolutely no guardrails around how we utilize solitary confinement and isolation in juveniles, after we just heard a robust discussion on an earlier bill about how juveniles and youth need community and support in order to make better decisions, I think that this is at the very least the conversation we can have around how we can protect our youth who are at the most vulnerable, sometimes darkest moments of their life. So I would respectfully ask this committee to move this to the floor for a further discussion.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Roby.
Substitute motion, 41st day.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to move this to the 41st day by Representative Roby and a second by Representative Fitzgerald. Comments?
Just a short comment. They have a very, very difficult job, and they are handling some very violent offenders. And I know that in their hearts, they are doing the best job that they can. And I don't think we need to set out any more mandates for any facilities or any counties to be responsible for. So I would just urge everyone to agree and move this to the 41st day. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Mortensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be supporting this 41st day motion, but I do want to say this, and I want to hold pretty firm across the standard that I've set, I think, through this whole session of how we make substantive changes, and it's usually with the people carrying it out. And I want to say that because I think that the folks bringing this bill, the legislators who have been in contact and been working, have been reaching out, and I want to say a lot of other states have figured this out, I think probably in conjunction. I mean, the folks who are advocating for our juveniles who are really going through tough times, but also, in a lot of cases, really putting other juveniles or the staff that we've heard from in harm's way. I mean, this is a very tricky subject. And so my very sincere request and frankly expectation would be that the folks we heard from today work with the folks that are bringing this legislation on the kinds of procedures and the kinds of guardrails that they can implement without an undue cost burden, or if there are more costs, that we all figure out who's going to pay them most fairly and how this is not an unfunded mandate. So, but my sincere request to everybody involved here is that they come back to the table, and when there's outreach from the folks wanting to work on this policy, as has been done in some good pro-law enforcement states like ours. I mean, there is a way forward here. I'm convinced of it, but that's best built together, and so I hope it gets built together.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, then what we have in front of us is House Bill 1276A, an act to establish policies and procedures for the use of solitary confinement in a juvenile facility. The motion is to move it to the 41st day, brought by Representative Roby and seconded by Representative Fitzgerald. All those in favor of the motion to move it to the 41st day vote aye. Those opposed vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Mortensen.
Aye.
Reich.
Aye.
Wahlberg. Roby.
Aye.
Fitzgerald.
Aye.
Reimer.
Aye.
Whitman.
Nay.
Massey.
Aye.
Call.
Aye.
Poyer,
Aye.
Hunt,
Nay.
Hughes, well, let's see, first we need to go to Wahlberg. Hunt, or Hughes, I'm sorry.
Aye.
I'm getting lost here. Stevens. 11 yea, 2 nay.
House Bill 1276A, go to the 41st day. The last bill we have in front of us today is House Bill 1300, an act to accept victims of human trafficking or domestic abuse from certain clemency notice requirements. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. If I may, please move 1300B amendment.
You bet. Do we have a motion to move amendment 1300B? Motion by Representative Whitman and second by Representative Hunt. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion's approved.
All right. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Representative Yuri Balk, representing District 32 in Rapid City. And House Bill 1300B, as amended, is about safety, common sense, and recognizing the reality survivors of human trafficking and domestic abuse live with every day. Under current law, an individual applying for clemency must publish notice in a newspaper. While that may sound procedural, for someone who has relocated for safety or whose abusers may still be looking for them, that public notice can create real danger. This bill creates a narrow exception to that publication requirement. It does not lower the standards for clemency. It does not bypass the Board of Pardons and Paroles. It simply allows a verified victim of human trafficking or domestic abuse to request an exemption when publishing personal information that would put their safety at risk. Walking briefly through the parts of the bill, it adds a new section to Chapter 2414 with two subsections outlining the requirements. Subsection 1 requires the applicant to submit their own affidavit stating that they are a victim of human trafficking, domestic abuse, or substantially similar crime in another state, and that their safety would be at risk if their personal information were published. Subsection 2 requires affidavits from two qualified professionals who may be from the same profession but not the same agency, confirming both the individual's victim status and a good faith belief that the publication would create a safety risk. The bill then specifies the categories of professionals who may provide that verification, including law enforcement, prosecutors, healthcare providers, mental health professionals, and victim advocates. This structure protects due process while prioritizing survivor safety. If the clemency process itself creates harm, then the system is failing the very people it should help. House Bill 1300B, as amended, makes a small critical correction, and I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration. I will stand by for questions, but if I could, Mr. Chair, we would like to have Tess Franzen, Director of Freedom's Journey, testify first, then move to online testimony with AJ, and then back to in-person with Tracy Decker and other Me Too's.
You bet. That's granted. Further proponents of House Bill 1300B.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Tess Franzen, founder and executive director of Freedom's Journey and the founder of South Dakota's West River Human Trafficking Task Force. I am also an ordained minister with the Assemblies of God, and for the past 14 years nearly, I have been working with survivors of human trafficking, assisting them as they navigate their journey to a better future. During those 14 years, I have worked with hundreds of people who have come out of trafficking. Every survivor's story is different, and every survivor's history is different. But there are some things that they have in common. Each survivor of human trafficking we have worked with has been abused, betrayed, and exploited. Many of the stories are unimaginable to those of us who haven't come out of that world. Now, only a small percentage of human trafficking victims ever manage to permanently escape the trafficking. And those who do manage to escape face a whole new set of challenges and obstacles. The challenges they face often seem insurmountable, and at times they literally are insurmountable. The resources are limited, services are limited, and the trauma that a trafficking victim endures can make putting one foot in front of the other nearly impossible for them. The road to true freedom and health is a long road, usually lasting many years, if not for the remainder of their life. Now, their greatest challenge is safety, and that's our #1 priority at Freedom's Journey. Above all of other challenges, safety must be the main priority. They face dangers from a past trafficker, possibly from high-profile clients or people who had paid for the opportunity to abuse them. Traffickers see their victims as property. So when a victim escapes, they've lost their property. They've lost an income source. And they have lost control of someone who could cause them harm by testifying against them. These dangers are real. Now, at Freedom's Journey, we work with survivors as they navigate the challenges and do what we can to help remove roadblocks to their future, roadblocks that make it harder for them to build that future they deserve. A felony conviction is a roadblock. A felony conviction often comes about from the very trafficking that they were victimized in. Now, this piece of legislation came about because an amazing young survivor brought the need to our attention. It's the survivors who teach us what they need and what we need to do to help them move forward. This bill is thoughtfully drafted. This bill does not make gaining clemency easier, but it can make it safer. And so I humbly ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, and I will stand by if you have any further questions from me.
Thank you very much. Ms. Foster, can you hear us okay? Ms. Foster, can you hear us okay? Yeah, see? Oh, here we go.
Okay, yeah, my mic was muted. Sorry, I know the sound's been going on and off a little bit too, so we've had a couple technical difficulties here, but.
Please proceed. Thank you for testifying today.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman Stevens and members of the House Judiciary Committee for letting me testify today. My name is A. Foster, or AJ. I go by that for safety reasons. I'm a former South Dakota resident and a graduate of Mount Marty College in Watertown. I'm also a survivor of trafficking, and today I'm here to ask support the House bill.
We're having
South Dakota's clemency
technical difficulties, Ms. Foster.
written in 1939. I'm the published in a newspaper, local notice. Today's publication is
Ms. Foster, we're unable to hear you. You're breaking up. Ms. Sherry Bach, how would you like us to proceed? Yeah, can you, yeah, I'm not sure how, I'm not that technologically.
She needs to reconnect, yeah. Disconnect and reconnect.
Okay, let's try it. Can you hear us now?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
can.
All right, let's try her again.
Okay. I'm not sure how much you heard, but yeah, so for someone like me, you know, now that the publication is digital, it's also searchable, permanent, and global. And for me, that difference is not theoretical. It's a realistic harm for me. I've been enrolled in an address confidentiality program since 2018. I've also lived in safe houses. I mean, the phone physical address is my name, and I had to pay to have my and who participated in my exploitation. Despite that, are you cutting out again?
Yeah, we catch every about 8th word. I'm afraid we're going to have to do something different. I'm very sorry. But
we take your testimony very, very seriously, that you have the courage to come and to do this, and so we appreciate it very much. But we're not catching much of it. I'm very sorry. Okay, so we'll go on to someone else in the room, and maybe you can summarize it to help a little bit. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Committee. My name is Tracy Decker, and what I will say that I know AJ was getting at is that she's made every effort she can that's within her power to keep her address confidential since she was able to escape her circumstances. And I do believe she also submitted written testimony when she registered online, so that should be available for the committee. Thank you. AJ, you can probably see them. They're all nodding their heads. As I said, my name is Tracy Decker. I'm testifying on behalf of myself. I am a resident of Rapid City and actually a constituent of Representative Massey in District 33. I helped write this bill as a part of my work on the West River Human Trafficking Task Force. My full-time job is with the South Dakota Network Against Family Violence and Sexual Assault, but for 20 years before I went to the network, I worked as a prosecutor in mostly Pennington County with a little time in Meade County. I prosecuted sex crimes and domestic violence. So I have made a career out of advocating for victims, and I've also fought for public safety and offender accountability my entire adult life. So this bill offers just a small measure of safety for survivors of human trafficking and domestic violence. As was mentioned, it doesn't change the overall process of seeking executive clemency. The executive director of the Board of Pardon and Paroles will still have to notify everybody involved, from the state's attorney that was responsible for the conviction to the current state's attorney in whatever county that is. The sentencing judge, the attorney general, and the sheriff or local law enforcement agency where the offense was committed are all notified. This bill doesn't change that. And that happens at least 30 days in advance of any hearing. Marcy's law and state statutes found at SDCL 23A-28C still require that victims of the crime be notified, and the Board of that's a hard term for me. The Board of Pardons and Paroles has procedures in place where they do these notifications. And these victims' rights laws have always put the requirement of notification on the governmental entity. It's never been the responsibility of the offender. And this bill, House Bill 1300B, does not change that and does not take away from victims' rights to notification. So everything else is going to remain the same. Under 2414, the applications are still going to be reviewed, recommendations still made to the governor. The governor is not bound to accept those recommendations. All of those other entities I mentioned that have a chance to weigh in, from the state's attorney to the attorney general to the sheriff, still get to do that. No discretion is taken away from anybody. It just makes the circle of people that need to know and must know smaller, because it takes it out of the general public. It's just one small part of an overall safety plan for survivors looking to move on from a painful chapter in their life and getting rid of an obstacle that may be in the way of them leading a productive life in their communities if the governor is so inclined to grant that act of mercy. So for people like AJ, they're doing everything they can to move on, doing all the right things. AJ now puts herself out there with other victim advocate organizations. I'm sure she was probably going to talk about that, trying to help other women, men, and children in her situation. So on behalf of AJ, who's nodding her head along with me, I see, I urge you to vote yes on this bill today, and I will stay for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other proponents for House Bill 1300B? We got about 4 minutes left.
4 minutes, okay. Do we have a page here?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Lisa Gennaro with Concerned Women for America. I, too, sit on the West River Human Trafficking Task Force. We also work with West River Human Trafficking Task Force on certain bills, and this is definitely one of the bills we've worked on together, as it is a state issue. As you know, a lot of these victims, as you've heard, they're forced by their abusers to commit crimes. Nationally, advocates report that many survivors carry criminal records, which we know, that come directly from their exploitation. And those records make it much harder for them to get safe housing, a job, or even to start over. As you've heard before, the only thing that we are trying to take out is not alerting the abuser of where they are living before they go to any kind of a parole board. We've had instances where advocates are transporting a victim or a survivor maybe to the parole board or to testify on a case, and they themselves have been followed because they know exactly where that victim or survivor lives. So this is just taking one little part out. Everything else is the same, as you have heard. We just want you to put yourselves in their shoes, trying to do a second chance at life. And we still have all those things in line to make sure that we don't have anybody that's trying to abuse this bill. So please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other proponent testimony. We have a minute and a half to go.
I won't take that long. Good day, Mr. Chair and committee members. Melissa McCauley, registered lobbyist for the network. First, I want to say I really appreciate the champions of this bill. Not only was it Representative Yuri Bolk, but also Senator Voida. We worked diligently on working together across lines to bring this bill to you. House Bill 1300 is about safety. It's about common sense. It is about recognizing the reality of what survivors of trafficking and domestic abuse experience. We know that many victims are forced, coerced, and manipulated into criminal activity by the person who is abusing them. Years later, when they try to rebuild their lives and pursue clemency, they should not be put in a position that could re-traumatize or compromise their safety. This bill creates a very narrow exception for verified survivors. It does not erase accountability. It simply acknowledges the trauma and coercion matters. I know we are serious about supporting our victims, so let's make sure our system reflects that. And with that, we ask that you do pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other individuals in the room proponent of this bill? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Ryder-Rapp. I'm a registered lobbyist for the South Dakota Advocacy Network for Women. We also support this bill. Certainly a good step in the right process. We want to ensure that that victims of human trafficking and domestic violence, that they're able to start their life anew while at the same time being protected from their abusers. So we also support the effort and would ask for your due pass. Thank you.
You need to sign in too, right? Oh, all right. That's all right. Is there any other proponents of the bill, 1300B? Seeing none, are there any opponents? Seeing none, then we're going to open it up to a couple questions, and then we're going to go from there. Any questions? Seeing none, then we're going to open up to committee discussion and or action. Representative Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great bill. Earlier last year, last year, I had been approached by several individuals in the medical field about bringing a bill for mandatory reporting for those of sex trafficking that show up in hospitals. And I reluctantly decided not to do that out of fear that we were going to keep them from showing up and getting that care. This is a huge step in the direction to allow them to still have a say without knowing where they're at and what they're doing. It took a lot for them to come forward just to say something in the first place. And so I will be voting yes. And as soon as you allow me, I will make a motion.
I move due pass. You can't make out.
And a second by Representative Call.
Times two.
And a third one by Representative Wahlberg. Any further? Seeing none, what we have in front of us is House Bill 1300B, an act to accept victims of human trafficking or domestic abuse from certain clemency notice requirements. A motion by Representative Rice, second by Representative Call, third by Representative Wahlberg. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote nay. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Representative Mortensen. Aye. Reich.
Aye.
Wahlberg.
Aye.
Roby.
Aye.
Fitzgerald.
Aye.
Reimer.
Aye.
Whitman.
Aye.
Massey.
Aye.
Call.
Aye.
Poirier.
Aye.
Hunt.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
Stevens. 13 yea, 0 nay.
1113B, passed unanimously. Will go on the consent unless objected to. At this time, we'll have a motion to adjourn by Representative Whitman and a second by Representative Hunt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB.